Good evening. Happy election night to you. We are live here from our studios at the Heritage Foundation on Capitol Hill, broadcasting all night long. We are going to give you insight, what's going on, predictions, results, amazing guests. Stay with us all night long. Stay on this stream. Wherever we go, you'll come with us. That's the beauty of tonight. We're going to be bouncing around a little. We'll be on the First Television Network. We're going to have some great discussions with them, some great guests come on set with us. We're going to be over on the Megyn Kelly show in a little while with the team from the morning meeting, Mark Halpert and Dan Turrentine, breaking down the latest results. But if you're on this stream, you'll go with us wherever we go. So stick with us. We've got a heck of a night, and so far, it looks great, my friends. We have 31 states that have closed so far. So let's just kind of review where we are. 6 o'clock, we had Indiana and Kentucky closed. We're going to see some results starting to come in there. We had 5 states closed at 7 p.m. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. At 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia closed. We're already having the first call of the night in a critical Senate race. West Virginia has been called for Jim Justice, the current governor, now Senator-elect from West Virginia. He replaces Democrat Joe Manchin, which, if nothing else changes, puts the Senate at parity, 50-50. Any seats now, barring any losses on the Republican side, give them the majority. So we've got Montana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada to keep an eye on. And as long as Republicans don't lose any of the current seats that Democrats may have looked at, whether that's Nebraska, Florida, or Texas, which I don't think they will, we're on track for a decent-sized Senate majority on the Republicans, for the Republicans. Also closing just moments ago at 8 o'clock, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, D.C., Michigan, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and parts of both South Dakota and North Dakota. They straddle 2 time zones there. That will give us a total of 31 states that have closed, 30 states in the District of Columbia that will have closed just now. So we are going to see some results come in. Maryland is being projected as the winner for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. Obviously, the District of Columbia, no surprise for Kamala Harris to take those. We've been talking about that on the road to 270. So a lot of these states that we're going to see right off the bat that have closed, we're going to see called for Donald Trump or for that. I want to tell you, though, I've been texting with insiders all night long to try to get an update. Real quick, the exit polls out of the battleground states look really good for Donald Trump. I will just say this. He is up or tied in every one of them. He is not the only state that I am currently seeing him behind right now is Michigan, and it's only by 2 points. And those exit polls, I don't put a lot of stock in them, but I will tell you this. If those show Trump up, which most of them do, that's not good news for Kamala Harris. This is all great news that we are seeing. Let me kind of pull up some of the other insider stuff that I'm getting. We've got right now exit polls showing in the state of Georgia that closed at 8 o'clock, 25% of respondents that were black said that they supported Donald Trump. This is a historic number. This is unbelievable. Black men in Georgia, 25% of them, according to exit polls. This would make Georgia unattainable for Kamala Harris if that trend holds true. Right now, also out of Georgia, exit polls from CNN show that Trump leading Harris among independents by 11 points, 54-43. To put that in context, that's a 20-point swing for Trump. 20 points in his direction from 4 years ago. That's really good news coming out of Georgia. Let me just tell you some of the other things that I'm picking up from Trump sources. Let me read you what I'm hearing. The Harris camp is right that turnout in Philly is high, but it's in South Philly and Northeast Philly, 2 Trump strongholds that he's carried before, so they're not worried about that. 10 different Philadelphia precincts that they're tracking to gauge turnout. Expectations across the county fell by an average of 12.3%. This would translate into a net loss for the Harris team of 237,000 votes if it holds true. Not good if you're them, and Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes were part of a winning strategy. the Trump campaign is very confident. You hear a lot about low propensity voters, right? So high propensity voters are those 4 of 4 voters. They're like me, probably like a lot of you. You don't even need to tell them when election day is. They're gonna just go out and vote. You know, I get calls sometimes from people that say, I haven't heard from the Trump campaign. And if you're a 4 out of 4 voter, you probably won't. They're not going to spend a ton of time knocking on your door, sending you flyers or making phone calls, because it's a waste of money. If the data shows that you're a 4 out of 4 Republican voter, you're not getting somebody to knock at your door. They're not wasting time and money coming after you. But what was really interesting in these low propensity voters, we hear a lot about them, right? Those are the people who might vote in 1 or 2 out of 4 elections, or maybe they're newly registered. A source inside the Trump campaign texted me this. We turned out low propensity voters in big numbers in early voting in battlegrounds. More are voting today along with high propensity voters. There was no cannibalization of election day voters. So what that means is there's always this fear that the high propensity voters, those 4 out of 4 voters, they're just getting moved. And it's like a point in a baseball game or a football game, right? You're just moving the point earlier in an inning or a quarter. So it doesn't really affect the score. And so a lot of times, the campaigns will say you're just cannibalizing people who are going to vote on election day and you're moving their vote up. Well, what's the big deal? Well, if you've been watching this show, you know my take on this, right? My take is, number one, it saves the campaign a ton of money because that's money that they don't have to spend tracking you down, finding out where you are and what you're doing. So that's really good. But more importantly, for Republicans, this was not historically what we were supposed to be doing. And so when you start to see these guys on the Republican side turning out the low propensity voters, that's huge. These are people they weren't counting on. It's adding to their total. What the Trump team is telling me is 2 things. One, they're seeing more of these low propensity voters move in their direction, that they're getting out, they're voted, they're motivated across all battleground states. But more importantly, the Harris team is not seeing that, especially in the urban areas, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Philadelphia. They're not getting the turnout that they thought that they would get. And I think that's important, right? The exit polls, this is another thing that I got. Exit polls reflect what the campaign has seen, that voters care about the economy and illegal immigration. 70% of people think the country's in the wrong direction. Well, if you think the country's in the wrong direction, who are you going to vote for? The person that's currently the incumbent that's there, that's taking it in the wrong direction? Or are you going to vote for change? And Donald Trump right now in this election, I think, is the element of change. He is the candidate of change. And I think late breakers are going for him. You know, I've been saying it all along. If you've held out for a while, you're giving Kamala a chance. She didn't close the deal. And you go back to what you know, which is for 4 years, the country was more prosperous, safer, and there was less chaos overseas. There was a guy on the morning meeting, for those of you who listened to the morning meeting, and he summed it up, I think, perfectly. He said, I'd rather have 4 more years of WWE than WW3, right? So the World Wrestling, is it entertainment now? I'm so old, I remember when it was WWF, and the World Wildlife Federation went after him, so they changed the name to WWE. But you get the point, is that people thought, okay, yeah, there's some chaos in the White House, staff turnover, tweets, all that kind of stuff. But I'd rather have a little of that than World War III. And it is an unescapable fact, right, that when Donald Trump was in office, and some people will say, oh, you can't take that much credit for it. Who cares? People were scared of him. Nothing was happening overseas. Russia wasn't annexing or invading anyone, right? The North Koreans weren't as provocative. The Chinese weren't as provocative. They certainly weren't saying the things that they say now. And certainly Hamas was not attacking Israel. They were fearful of the United States. They thought Donald Trump was unpredictable. I don't really care why, to be honest with you. I just know we were safer and the world was more stable. Joe Biden comes into office, that horrible botched with Afghanistan withdrawal, I think led a lot of people to say, hey, well, if he can't handle that, we're going after him. So, look, I think when people broke late, they said, I might not like everything the guy says, but she hasn't sold me on why to vote for her. And I think that's important to understand. So, look, this is going to be a good night so far for Trump. I'm looking at a lot of these results coming in right now. I'm going to try to be going over to Virginia. If you're on the YouTube feed in particular, and you see something, put it in the chat. Let me take a look at this so that I can get an idea of what you're seeing. But we're seeing a lot of these states that if you watch the Road to 270 episodes that we did on Wednesday night, like a lot of this that I walked through when I said we're going west to east, north to south, right? There's a reason for that, because that's how tonight's going to start. Like you saw Maryland and D.C. and Massachusetts, whatever, immediately called for Kamala Harris, because we know that that's going to effect. I was talking to a friend of mine in Florida, Evan, who owns a company called Direct One. And what he was telling me is that, they're seeing a lot of turnout in a Trump area early on. We expect Florida to come in strong. In fact, if we see Florida come in 10 points above, or a Trump 10-point spread, and Miami-Dade come in strong, it's going to be a really good night for Donald Trump. I've put my predictions, I've given you a number. I think we're going to end up at 306 electoral votes minimum, because I think the blue wall will all go in one direction. Where Pennsylvania goes, so goes Wisconsin and Michigan. It's funny, though, when you look around to the Dems and ask them for a number, they won't give you one. I don't have to. I'm not saying, but it's just interesting to me why Democrats, if you're that confident, throw a number out. Are you afraid to be wrong? I think they are. And one thing that's interesting is, depending on the state, as you look at some of these returns, and we'll start to go through them, you're going to see some states, oh my gosh, look, Kamala Harris is running the score. So some places you're going to see an earlier return because of how that state does their returns, right? So some states you're going to see the cities come in earlier, which is going to look good for Kamala. Some states you're going to see different areas come in that might favor Trump, but don't get too crazy about this right now. I'm going in on Virginia real quick to see if I can get any kind of sense of where we are in Northern Virginia. I'm looking at Loudoun County. They've got 97% of precincts in. Let me just look right here if I can get, it says Kamala Harris 56, Donald Trump 40. That's not a huge surprise coming out of Loudoun County, Virginia. But the reason I bring this up, if you're wondering why are we talking about Northern Virginia, is I think in Northern Virginia, if Trump really holds his own, let me look at Fairfax. See, they only have 5% of their precincts in. That's not going to be a good indication. But we looked at this in 2016. We looked at some of these places to find out. So we're going to join the first in just a second. Talk to my friend Mike Slater there, find out what's happening, what they're seeing. So as I said, all night long, as we go, you come with us. So we're going to start off with the first. And
for a free consultation. Their experts will walk you through with a few simple questions to see how much you can save. So please act now before the IRS takes more aggressive steps.
At Book a Limo, we're more than a team. We're a family dedicated to your perfect ride.
From our website to mobile app booking, our AI technology is top-notch and with you in mind.
I'm honored to be the friendly voice to kick off your experience. Booking a ride has never been easier.
I choose Book a Limo for a VIP experience on every ride.
What's your destination? Book a limo, any car, anywhere.
His injury is a lifelong injury. It's hard day to day, but he has never given up. How proud were you to serve?
Very proud.
Very proud? When that national anthem plays, this guy is the first to stand. It might take two of us to help him stand, but he's the one standing. I thank God every day for those that have donated and continue to donate to Winter Warrior Project.
The horrible events of September 11th continue to leave their mark on our nation.
Many wounded veterans urgently need your help. Join Wounded Warrior Project. With a gift of just $19 a month, you will provide free programs and services that can change a person's life forever.
Yeah. I left for deployment, I was skateboarding with my kid, and I came back and I couldn't walk across the room without a cane. I was struggling just to do everyday life. Wounded Warrior Project is someone throwing you a life jacket when you're drowning and helping you survive. There are so many veterans out there that need the help.
Call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we will send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a reminder of the difference your gifts are making.
During the national anthem, when you hear the words, "the land of the free and the home of the brave," I know one of them. I mean, that's your baby going to war.
I'd do it all over again. The money you give goes to people like us, and that's a wonderful thing.
Please remember those whose brave service ensured we would never experience another day like 9/11. Call or go online right now.
Do you owe over $10,000 in back taxes? Kevin Sorbo here with an important message. The Biden administration has proposed an $80 billion plan to boost IRS collections. This means they could garnish your wages, levy your bank account, and even seize your property. Tax Network USA, a trusted tax firm, can help protect your income and assets today while quickly settling your tax debt. But you have to act now while you still have options. Call Tax Network USA today.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Can you hear me, Sean?
I got you loud and clear.
Oh, hey, I missed the
I'm live here at our Heritage
I missed
Studios.
the intro, Sean.
No,
Sean, we're both
okay.
perusing.
We're both.
We got a lot going on. We're both perusing the. Exactly.
Yeah,
Let's talk about Loudoun County, Virginia. You and I were both looking at that right now. What are you seeing compared to 4 years ago in Northern Virginia?
Yeah, look, Mike, right now, 98% of Loudoun County, I'm pulling this up as we go. Loudoun County right now, 98%. That is in Northern Virginia, very, at the top of Virginia, right where a lot of federal workers are. This is huge. So 98% of it in. Joe Biden got 61% of Loudoun County in Virginia in 2020. Harris at 56. That's not good. She's way down. This is a place, a suburb of Washington, D.C., that she should be getting for a million reasons, right? Federal workers, very liberal leaning. This should be somewhere where she should be exceeding Joe Biden in 2020. This is huge. This is where they would expect to see a lot of their votes out right now. But 56% for Harris, way down from where Joe Biden is. And I will tell you this, Mike, I mean, I think you and I talked about this earlier today, but in 2016, when we were in that Trump war room, in Trump Tower, trying to figure out how we were doing, we looked at a couple of precincts in Florida, South Florida, then we looked in North Carolina, and Northern Virginia. We didn't think we'd win it, but we were holding it close. And here we are again, doing better than Donald Trump did by a lot in Northern Virginia against Joe Biden. So this is a good omen for him because, like I said, more than anything, this is where they should be running up the score. A lot of ads on television here for Harris. Obviously, very politically attuned area, very politically active area, lots of federal workers, as I said. This is Harris territory, or it should be, and it's not coming through for her. But I will tell you, we're going to see a lot more out of Northern Virginia that's going to tell you how she's doing. But as we look at Georgia, those suburbs outside of Atlanta, outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, these are the kind of things that we're seeing. You know, I mentioned just a minute ago on the stream that I'm doing, 31 states have now closed. So we are going to be seeing a lot of data come in the next hour, and this is where the tells are going to be. I don't know that we'll be able to call it, but you're going to start to see a trend as I think a lot of the late breaking information is probably, if it's favoring Trump the way it is in Northern Virginia, this is going to be a very good night. Mike, I've been texting with the folks at the Trump campaign, the folks in the war room. They are very, very bullish.
Yeah, okay. So let's talk about Loudoun County. And we're focusing mostly on Loudoun for a lot of reasons, but also it's the only county in Virginia that has, you know, a vast majority of their votes in right now. So this is the one thing we can talk about. Yeah. But you say it's a good omen for Trump for what? For the rest of the country or for winning Virginia possibly?
Look, I don't rule out winning Virginia because, look, Trump lost Virginia by 10 points last time, right? So if you're starting to see the parts of Northern Virginia, Kamala Harris not perform as well, then the question is, can he carry his own, maybe run up the score, Tidewater, Hampton Roads, down in southern, you know, down towards the border of North Carolina down there. I think there's a lot. He could run up the score. Could he take it? If Donald Trump takes Virginia, I mean, this is going to be an amazing night. You're going to see a huge, huge electoral victory for him in the 325, 330 area. I think it's very possible. This is not a good sign, though, for her. And we'll start to see. I will tell you the next place that I was looking, because it's smaller, same kind of concept. If New Hampshire looks really close, like Trump could take it, or he's keeping it within a whisker, we're, again, a great night ahead for Trump. But the text that I'm getting from his folks, Mike, they're expressing a lot of optimism both on the early vote and what they're seeing out of the gate. That's not, you don't get that exuberant if you don't feel good.
Well, Florida. So right now, with a little over 90% in, Trump's up in Florida by 13. He won by 3.5 4 years ago, which is so it's incredible. And there's still more votes to come, and it's been trending in his direction. So it's going to be over 13-point win in Florida. That is massive, and again, good things to come.
Yeah.
But we got to win Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
Tampa area. If Trump can do really well there, I just mentioned my friend. I was talking to my friend Evan at a company. He has a company, Direct One, in the Orlando area. But if you move west, out towards Tampa and Jacksonville, that to me is where I'm going to be looking to see, because it's a lot of places are running up the score. You're saying he's over 13 now. The idea, they were hoping for a 10-point victory. If he's at 13 or higher, again, a huge night for President Trump.
Wow. Okay, Pennsylvania's closed, right? Yeah, Pennsylvania's closed 20 minutes ago. When are we going to start seeing some real numbers there? Because again, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, that's 270, it's over.
Yeah, so let me just give you, like, I got some information from Team Trump, some of the folks there. Let me just give you what I'm hearing from them on Pennsylvania specifically. I'm teeing this up. In 10 different Philly precincts, we are tracking to gauge turnout expectations across the county that fell by 12.3%, which would translate to a loss of 237,000 voters for Harris. Those early vote numbers, Mike, that we saw them come in. Biden led in the early vote by 1.3 million. The Trump team cut that to 400,000. They needed a huge, huge buffer going into Election Day on the Harris side. They're not getting it. Then they're seeing the depression of some of their turnout in these key areas that they need it. Philadelphia and out to the west, Allegheny County is where they need it. If you can't run up the score on the two ends of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia and out towards Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, you can't win Pennsylvania. And right now, early signs show that she's not in a great place.
Okay, tell me that fact one more time. What are those precincts, or what do they say?
So right now in the Philadelphia, so you got to win. If you're the Democrats, you have to run up the score in Allegheny County out west to Pittsburgh, and then in Philadelphia, that whole area and those extras. They're saying in 10 different Philadelphia precincts, we're tracking to gauge turnout expectations across the county that fell by an average of 12.3, which they say is a translation of 237,000 votes that Harris should get it. They're also saying that the Harris campaign—
Trump lost by 80,000 4 years ago.
Right. So this is all positive news for him. They're also telling me that the Harris campaign is saying that turnout in Philly is high, but it's in South Philly and Northeast Philly, two strongholds that that they've carried before. So they're basically trying to get you to do a little bait and switch on what you're paying attention to. But as the night goes on and we bring in more results, they can't hide anymore. They're getting smoked out. I don't think Philadelphia is showing them the signs that they need to do well there right now.
Wow. Okay. Is there any good signs coming from Kamala's perspective?
No. I mean, you look at the turnout right now, we're seeing some of the exit polls, which I don't put a lot of stock in, right? But at the end of the day, it's sort of like if you're a Republican doing well in exit polls and you're a Democrat, you're in big trouble, right? Right now, CNN's exit poll is projecting that Trump's getting 25% of black men in Georgia. That's a horrible place for Kamala Harris. Again, another key constituency of the Democrats that is not turning out the way she needed. She needs this quilt work, this patchwork of constituencies, which is the Democratic Party, right? You hear Donald Trump and Republicans talk about lifting, all boats, right? That's they're a patchwork. They talk about this group and that group and this one, LBGT, black men, women. It's all about catering to different groups. When one or two of those key constituencies doesn't come through, it all falls apart, and we're seeing that at least in Georgia right now among black men.
Great. By the way, I don't want to discourage anyone in the middle of the country or the west portion of the country where polls are still open, Arizona, Nevada. We got to run up the score there still, even though we have heartening news on the East Coast. Let's keep those numbers really, really high and make a clean sweep of the swing states across the entire country. Sean, it is 8:26 right now, East Coast time. What is the next exciting moment you're looking forward to tonight?
Well, look, some of these are going to come in quicker, but at 9 o'clock, we're going to start to see New York come through. No surprises there, except obviously keeping an eye on a couple congressional districts there. Mike Lawler in particular, a couple of the other ones that we need to maintain a Republican House, which I keep reminding my viewers, this is critical to getting Donald Trump's agenda put through. You need a Republican Senate for the nominations, Republican House for the policy that he wants to get through. So New York is going to be important for that reason. Then you've got Louisiana, Wisconsin, that battleground state. We're going to see that obviously pop then. But it's going to be, we're not going to see a lot. Milwaukee and about 8 other areas in Wisconsin batched their votes. We saw that problem in 2020. I think we'll see it again tonight. Don't expect a lot out of Wisconsin anytime soon. Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska. Now, what I'm going to be looking for, by the way, Mike, at 9 o'clock when Iowa closes, they tend to close to get their results in relatively early. How ridiculously off was that media touted poll? Because this is the ridiculous nature of it. Every other poll showed Donald Trump winning by 8 to 12 points. When he wins Iowa big, which I think he will, that will deflate the media and show and expose them for all of the current lies that they're telling. All right, guys, welcome back to the live show. I'm pleased to introduce our host for the night, Dr. Kevin Roberts, who has made all this possible for us. Thank you for being here. I was just downstairs before we got back on air. Amazing, amazing. I tell everyone all the time, I'm a data-driven guy. I don't try to put a lot off yard signs, but man, is that crowd downstairs that you have. A lot of insiders, a lot of just energetic people who are fired up. And I've been at a lot of election nights. You can tell by people's faces how the night's going. What's your take on this?
Well, look, it's electrifying to have that crowd down there. Thus far, it looks good for people interested in conservative policies. But point number two, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Hey, it was our honor. I really appreciate it. What a great, I know a lot of people only see this, but what I told you a while ago, I used to live literally at the backside of here. It's on East Street, so since I don't live there anymore, I can say it. but what you have done to grow this place in size and stature is amazing. The staff here, the resources that come out of the Heritage Foundation. I've told you this before. I mean, when I started in campaigns a year ago, 30 years, but the stuff that you guys provide, I don't think people see all the time, because I was a campaign staffer and we said, gosh, we got to put something together on tax policy or healthcare policy. We'd go to Heritage, used to be called the Issues Book, and we'd look and say to the candidate, okay, here's, Heritage laid it all out. The resources that you guys provide to the conservative movement and the candidates is so important shaping our future policies.
Well, thanks for saying that. We do our best work behind the scenes, which is not to say that we want to sort of lurk behind the scenes. We're very happy to be out in the open in terms of policies. In fact, you might have discovered that happened a little bit earlier this year.
I've heard that.
But all of that to say, we believe that great ideas and great people rise to the top. So on behalf of everyday Americans, sort of behind enemy lines, if you will, being in DC but not of it, we're really motivated the more the radical left tries to besmirch our work, mischaracterize our work, because it tells us that we're over the target. All of that to say that there's a positive part of that to the heart of your point, Sean, and that is we're building a community. We're putting people together who are not just of like mind, but they understand we have a very precise moment in history, this urgency that will require us not just to win elections, but actually to get to work.
I'm glad you said that, because one of the things when I talk about Trump, I kind of was a budding conservative as I went through campaigns, more and more hardened in my convictions on social issues and on fiscal issues. But I feel like Republicans sometimes need a backbone. And when Donald Trump came in, I mean, personally just watched it issue after issue where it was kind of like everyone now I think looks to that rally thing and goes, fight, fight, fight. But I watched him well before any shots and assassination attempts talk about fighting, changing Washington, changing the way we do business. And as a conservative who was, proud of some of the folks that have come through the White House in the past on the Republican side, he was the one guy that on issues of social life, on tax policy, on regulatory policy, said, let's go do it. Let's break some glass. Who cares how it's always been? I don't care that we didn't have 18 PowerPoint presentations or it hasn't waited 5 hours. Let's implement it. And that's what I love. Get it done.
And this is why it makes so much sense that, at least looking at results thus far tonight, the American people, about half the American people, maybe a little bit more, are with Trump. And that is not because he assigns to himself a particular label, whether that be conservative or Republican, but because he is the disruptive innovator to American politics that someone like Elon Musk is to American business. Therefore, it makes perfect sense that they're the leaders of this realignment. And so if you and I and my friends and colleagues at Heritage were to say, well, we want no part of that because it's not how the establishment in DC runs, we would totally miss the boat. Now, unfortunately, you and I both know people in this city who are going to say that if Trump wins. And we at Heritage, let me be really clear, look forward to steamrolling them on behalf
I love
of
it.
everyday American.
Well, that's what I'm glad. I want points on the board. Absolutely. I don't want talking points. I want points on the board. You give us, look, and the thing that's interesting, and I want people to understand this, when we came in 2016, we had this great agenda. But it was chaotic, and we weren't. Donald Trump was not a politician, so we were kind of cobbling together. We went to put some policies together. There was a lot of flying by the seat of our pants, and I bore the brunt of some of that because hey, has this been vetted? And I think what we've done now is learned our lesson, and there's a lot of things that are rolling out. I always say it's like a restaurant menu. We're giving this administration, I think, the options. Choose this, choose this. All of these things are ready to go. You order. We're not telling you what you have to get. we're telling you what the possibilities are. And I think that's the great way to go. Then they make a decision about which ones to start with, maybe to go further with some than others, but it gives them the framework to start with, which we didn't have in 2016.
It's a huge difference. And look, that's the motivation behind us doing our typical every 4-year presidential transition project on such scale, which is to say we got the urgency of the moment. Yep. It was most likely when we started this 2 years ago, Mr. Trump was going to be the nominee, and we thought it was likely that he would win, and that if he got into office with men and women with some experience from the last time, lessons learned, right? Because the DC didn't want to go along with them, that if they had plans from which to choose, we would never believe that they're going to use everything. You wouldn't have enough time in politics to do that. But then if they say, this is where we're going, this is going to be that glass we break in case of emergency, that particular policy area, here are the men and women and the policies, if you so choose to use them, that you can use to embark on this journey. The great thing, and you know this because you spend time with real people in your audience, they are ready for this to happen. Yeah. Otherwise, they're going to give up on the American dream. That sounds sort of really trite to say, but that's really what's at stake.
Right, no, people want to feel inspired that there really can be change. When they say their vote matters, that's what they're talking about. Let's get to tonight, though. I think we've now had 31 states closed, 30 states in the District of Columbia where we are. The Democrats, obviously a lot of focus on the presidential race. Some very positive news coming out, as I just said, especially in Loudoun County, Virginia. Trump Harris running 5 points down from where Biden was. That's encouraging. I want to talk about the Senate for just a second, because if you don't have a Republican Senate getting those nominees through, we wouldn't have 3 Supreme Court justices. We wouldn't have some of the cabinet secretaries and the assistant secretaries that need to implement the Trump agenda, right? So the Democrats, we picked up 1 seat already. They called West Virginia. That's a +1. That gets us to parity, 50-50. The Democrats they had 3 states in their sights, right? Nebraska, Deb Fischer, I'm hearing good things out of there so far. Latest polling, at least, showed her back on track up. Texas, Ted Cruz, which I think is whatever. And then they were making the case for Rick Scott. We just heard reports Florida is up 13 points for Donald Trump. They have declared Rick Scott the winner. That's 1 of the 3 out of the way. We've got a +1. So it looks like this is going to be now we're only adding to a Senate majority.
That's what it looks like. I want to see some more results from Texas. I'm optimistic about our friend Senator Cruz, but I just want to see some data there. Okay. Same thing with Nebraska. I agree with you entirely, but I have thought for the last 10 days or so that Republicans had the opportunity to win a Senate majority, not just with 51 or 52 seats, to your point, Sean, but maybe with 53, 54, or even 55.
How big of it? I want people to understand. A majority is not just a majority 51, right? That guarantees it without the vice president breaking the tie. But you get to 54, 55, 56 territory. Why is that important? Why does that buffer matter?
It's like when you go to the gas station and you put in 87 octane. Yeah. It's okay for your engine. That's a Republican Senate with 51 or 52 seats, because then you then have to account for the 2 most liberal members of the Republican conferences.
That's it, right?
With respect to them, Senator Murkowski and Senator Collins. But if you get to 53, 54, 55, you get to really super octane. And so conservative policy ideas that the American people want, plus conservative men and women on certain judicial positions get confirmed. That's a huge difference.
And that's what I think is critical for people to understand, right? If you had a 51, 52 seat majority, Susan Collins and Senator Murkowski can negotiate. I don't like Bobby Smith, but I would like so-and-so who might be less America first, less focused on implementing the Trump agenda. They can negotiate on some of the key nominations. They would hold a lot of sway over judicial nominations too. When you get it to 54, you're exactly right. That gives Trump a lot more credibility to go in and say, hey, with all due respect, this is the nominee I want to implement my agenda. And we know that we can have a more robust and reliable conservative agenda moving forward.
It's vital. And at the risk of getting ahead of myself, I will also say, if you're in the 53 to 55 seat zone, it's also better for 2026, because just as this year the Senate map was bad for Democrats, in 2026 it will be bad for Republicans. There will be more Senate seats Republicans have to defend in midterm elections. We all know how those go. There will be headwinds. In other words, maybe we not only get conservative jurisprudence and conservative policy in this first term, you might be able to secure a conservative Senate for a relatively long time.
Okay, so right now, just to give people an update as to where we stand, none of this should be surprising. Harris has 27 electoral votes. No big surprise. States like Massachusetts and are in her column. I mentioned we do the Road to 270 every Wednesday. Those aren't a surprise. Florida wasn't a surprise for Trump, but a big one. What are you now focused on as we've crossed this threshold? We're now 19 minutes, just under 19 minutes away from the next batch. What are you saying? Okay, I know we're having a good night if.
The fact that there are two states in particular still not colored blue.
Which ones?
New Hampshire and Virginia.
Yeah, and that's important.
New Hampshire has tightened in the last hour. It looks like it's single-digit lead for the vice president. I think she's likely to win that, but the fact that it hasn't been called has told me that this is probably going to be a good night for Trump and Vance. Virginia, however, is still a jump ball.
Right.
And Virginia, for me, in this election, is the bellwether state for how the rest of the country is going to go. And you're seeing that not just statewide, but you're seeing it also in Loudoun County, one of those, not a swing county, but a bellwether county in terms of the mood of the country. And you're also seeing it in the results in House District 7. Open seat, vacated by Congresswoman Spanbarger to run for governor next year. Very important race that Heritage Action will be involved in. In 2025, Governor Youngkin, like every Virginia governor, can serve only one term. All of that to say, these were the places, these were the states that we at Heritage were looking at early in the night to say, if these are called quickly, then boy, we are in for either a worst case scenario or we're in for a really long night. That could still happen, that middle scenario, but that makes me optimistic.
Yeah, so just to put some in context, you mentioned New Hampshire. Right now, we're seeing about 27% of the state in, Harris at 54%, Trump basically at 45. You mentioned Loudoun County. I was talking to Mike Slater on the First Network just a minute ago. That's a big deal.
It's huge.
Right? Because he said, what do you think the odds are that we win Virginia? And if you think about if Trump can run up the score in the rural parts of Virginia and keep those losses to a minimum in Northern Virginia, I mean, I got to be honest with you. If Trump pulls out a victory in Virginia, we're going to have an. I mean, I think if they were to call Virginia, I'd have a hard time thinking they could call it anytime soon because it's going to take a while to get in. It'll be close. I mean, if he wins it, it's not going to be by a lot. But that's going to tell Harris it's over.
It will, and it just seems impossible to me, and it sounds like to you too, Sean, that it could be that close in Virginia and all of these other swing states, and the Rust Belt in particular, places like Nevada, the westernmost of the Sun Belt swing states, would go Harris's way. I think that's what's telling. The other thing is, right before coming on the set with you, we were talking about Connecticut Congressional District 5. That is.
By the way, just real quick, I'm looking at it as you say. Right now, Donald Trump is leading in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 49.5 to 48.8. I mean, obviously, a lot to get to. They're saying, let me just see if I can find a percentage in here. 41% in. And you're looking at some of these areas. Look, she's not pulling the areas. We've got some areas south of Richmond that's not in, but we're seeing a lot of the state come in pink. Which is, if you're sitting there in Wilmington, Delaware, you got to be going like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you might start drinking early in Wilmington because.
I suspect this probably already started.
You think? It's funny because I mentioned downstairs here at Heritage. People were excited. They had smiles on their faces. When you're at the other side, I think there's a point at which you can start telling when people start walking out. CNN was reading the exit polls a little while ago. Again, I don't put a lot of stock in it, but I also think if it's not favoring the Dems, that's a bad omen.
Look, this is huge. I'm sitting here trying to remember the last time, although it's still early this election night, this late into election night, the Republican candidate was leading in Virginia. It's been a very long time. And what we've been assessing at Heritage is that because of Youngkin's victory, his governance in Virginia, which from a policy standpoint has been stellar, he's got a great lieutenant governor, attorney general, both likely to run for governor, that there's an opportunity, again, not just for winning elections, Sean. I want to really emphasize this point. Tomorrow, I think we're going to know the outcome of all of this tonight.
I do too.
Tomorrow, when we flip the page and it's policymaking season, it's time to put pedal to the metal to restore self-governance in this country. And how appropriate would it be that the greatest sign we have of that is the birthplace of 7, 8, 9 American presidents, the Commonwealth of Virginia. Yep. We're that optimistic at Heritage, not just about tonight, but about the next decade.
Let me ask you sort of a big existential question. Let's just say Donald Trump squeaks out a win in Virginia. a conservative comes to you and says, like, what is the broader message? Because the media has told us 7 battleground states were in play, Donald Trump's divisive, blah, blah. I mean, but what does that say about where we are in the country? If Donald Trump pulls out, I said 306 electoral votes, and I said it could go higher. Nevada would add another 6. And then, God forbid, Virginia, we're in the 320s. But what would you say because the media has told us that this was going to be razor tight and da-da-da-da. What's the message that you want to tell fellow conservatives walking away from this?
3 lessons I would say that they're going to be true, even if the vice president wins. It doesn't look like that would be a major victory. But the first is, especially if Trump wins, number one, that Americans want to return to normal. They want to wake up tomorrow morning, and they want to wake up in a normal country. And they've not been able to say that for the last 3.5 years.
They want to be proud to say, I'm a conservative.
Exactly. And secondly, they're tired of elites telling them that X is Y, when in fact they know X is X. And the third thing is, very relevant to your own career and this wonderful network, they are tired of where they get their news.
Yes.
The legacy media is dying. And this election is the proof that we get to write the epitaph.
If key folks, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, the next Senate Majority Leader, said, Dr. Kevin Roberts, you've been involved in the movement for a while. We're debating where to start, right? Trump started health care last time. I think that was a mistake. I think we all acknowledge that. But where should we start? What's that issue? Because the first one out of the gate's the one that's probably got the greatest likelihood of passing. What do you tell him?
100 times out of 100, go close the border and use that to build political momentum for reestablishing the rule of law in our cities, which then gives you the political momentum to hit a mid-range jumper. It's not the following is not a layup, but to renew the Trump tax cuts. There are a lot of Democrats who will vote for that. Then you've got some political capital to go tackle something.
I think that's right, because that says to everybody, we're serious.
And we listen to you.
Right. I think one of the things that people miss, I get asked all the time about this, why are you guys anti this, whatever? And I said, at its core, why do people want to come to America? One, because of prosperity and the opportunities, but also because we are a rule of law. People escape dictators and tyrants. And so if you're coming here and the first action you take is to break the law, how do you square that, right? To me, it's like, I want to go somewhere where I can be treated fairly and that the law is applied equally to everyone, but I want to break the law to come into a place where it's, but then the law will be applied fairly after that one act of defying the law. I think we need to get back to that, to saying, and first and foremost, we are a nation of laws. So starting with that, and it's funny, I traveled to Arizona 2 weeks ago. And I made it a point, I did a couple Trump events, but I said to Sheriff Mark Daniels of Cochise County, I said, could you show me the border? I've never seen it, I've talked about it, I've never been there. And when I was with a bunch of his agents, I said, just tell me one thing. If there's a change in administration, because there's going to be, what would you tell them are the top 2, 3 things? And without fail, they said, number 1, enforce the law, and number 2, finish the wall. That was it. And I said, explain to me, to the average person, what do you mean by enforce the law? They said, let me give you one example. Crossing the border illegally, the first time's a misdemeanor. The second time's a felony. One of the deputies looks at me and goes, I've picked up the same guy 29 times. So, in fact, when they come over and they're leading folks that are bringing drugs or human trafficking over, the leader, the group leader who works for the cartels comes over, brings him over, and then basically stands in the middle of the street and says, here I am, so that they can give him a ride back to Mexico so that he can do it over again. I mean, we're basically we're doing what we can to help the cartels, essentially.
We're facilitating our own destruction as a civil society. And then two additional things happen in addition to the violent crime committed by so many of these illegal aliens. The first is elite legacy media outlets tell us that this isn't happening or that it's okay. Yep. And secondly, relatedly, they tell us that actually illegal aliens aren't on the voter registration rolls. They're not going to vote. And then when we prove that to them, as we have at Heritage and you have, they say, well, actually, they have the right to vote.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very Orwellian. Right. We're living through
and
this.
We'll facilitate that by giving them a driver's license. By the way, you talk about independent media. Kudos to Rob Bluey and the folks at the Daily Signal that kind of get birthed out of Heritage. It's a real great example of how we can take, independent media I dealt with Jim, who was the White House correspondent, when he was there. But that's the kind of thing. It was these guys weren't just writing stuff, in an office. They were out there attending White House briefings, getting in the mix. I just kudos to what you guys have done to facilitate it, to support it. Huge supporter of the Daily Signal and what it's been able to do. And they wouldn't have been able to do it without the initial support of Heritage, right? I know they've now become, well, I don't want to get in trouble with the lawyers, but I understand that they've kind of gone independent, but it wasn't, I think you guys gave them the runway to do that.
Completely.
And I think that's just huge kudos to that, because we can't have enough of it.
We have to, as I remind my colleagues at Heritage, probably to the point of them being tired of hearing about it. What we do isn't just about politics. It isn't even just about policy. It's about revitalizing institutions in this country. And that sounds a little wonky, but remember, I'm a recovering academic. What I mean by that is, in every arena of life, conservatives have to be active, and we have to be thinking innovatively. Yep. And so for us at Heritage, it wasn't enough for us to say, well, we're just going to keep this group of really great journalists, and they're just going to talk about heritage stuff. We need to give them their wings and fly, and that's what they're doing.
Well, also, you've got great experts here. We had 3 of them on, or 2 of them on set. We'll have more tonight. And I think having an outlet for them to say, hey, here's my work. It's not just in an academic paper they can post on the web. There's someone who can talk to me about, who can, expose some of this. Because I think the work that you guys do on border security, on China, election security, Hans is by far one of the best people in the country that's led the effort to this. And the reason I think he gets cited so much is because he knows his stuff, and he comes, as the kids say, with receipts.
He does, always.
It's great, because the media likes to pretend that certain things don't exist, and Hans sets them straight every time. Just as we're watching, I'm obsessed now with Virginia, because we're now up to 44%. And Donald Trump's lead has grown, not by much, 49.6 to 48.8. Another positive side, he's holding his own, and some of the stuff down, the interesting thing is we're seeing a little bit down south of Norfolk, but that Tidewater area, the Hampton Roads area, I think are going to come in strong for him. Big, and remember Hung Cao running for Senate there, Navy captain, EOD guy. I think he's, and Tim Kaine is so forgotten by the Virginia voters that Saturday Night Live had to do a skit about him. I mean,
it's very telling, and keep in mind, where was the location of one of President Trump's last campaign rallies? Salem, Virginia.
Yep.
Southwest Virginia, the southwestern third of the state. These are our people. These are ordinary, hardworking, great Virginians who have had enough of too many politicians saying that America is a place where the American dream is dying, and that state policy, federal policy is going to reflect that. And I actually think the turnout that's happening in the southwestern third of the state is really helping Mr. Trump.
By the way, I said it on the morning meeting call that I host every day with Mark Halper and Dan Turrentine.
Which is very good, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We enjoy it. When I was looking at Rhode Island, where I grew up. Right now, Trump barely down there. Right? I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Working men and women, and I've been saying this for a while. I know it's not data-driven, it's anecdotal, so I admit it. But people who may not have voted, I mean, you think about all of these historic Democratic voters in New England, Kennedy Democrats, people who make their living on the water, maybe as part of a restaurant or another blue-collar profession, are saying enough's enough. And I think some of it's the culture issue, some of it's the economic issue.
And the key word there is Kennedy Democrats. The effect of RFK.
And now we have an
joining
RFK.
this coalition was just totally derided by the New York Times and the Washington Post. And we at Heritage were chuckling about that, not because we agree with Mr. Kennedy on everything. We agree with him mightily on the health stuff. In fact, tomorrow we'll be announcing our Restoring American Wellness initiative that very much corresponds with what he's doing. All of that to say, people were hearing people who agree, voters who agree with RFK on these issues, they were hearing from the legacy media that in fact he was wrong, and they started scratching their heads and saying, well, maybe I am going to vote for this Trump.
Yeah. By the way, the AP has called Rhode Island for Harris, but just so you know, she's got 51.5% of the vote. Okay, that might be a win. But that's not a win. I mean, that's
remarkable.
That's like when Ohio State plays a Pop Warner team and wins by a field goal. It's not very impressive. And the funny thing is, for those of you who are New Englanders or from Rhode Island, there's a whole area west of Warwick, out towards the Cranston area, towards the Connecticut line, that is red right now. A little bit of the East Greenwich area towards the coast, and then west. You don't see that normally. This is unbelievable. I don't know how much to hold, but right now they're saying 64% in. That's not a good sign. Now, it's surrounded by a bunch of blue in Connecticut, at least in eastern Connecticut, the 2nd congressional district. But you, I know, have been looking at the 5th district, down a little bit further. That's the old Gary Franks, John Rowland district. What do you guys see in that district?
It looks like the Republican may, in fact, prevail in that district.
If that happens,
if that happens, it's like Trump winning Virginia.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. Let me ask you. You brought up RFK. On the Trump side, who do you think is because we're pretty much done. I mean, it's almost 9 o'clock. Who was the most effective surrogate for President Trump this cycle?
Well, I'm going to cheat and give you 2 answers. The person who deserves just almost existential credit for getting the campaign back on message is his running mate, J.D. Vance. The campaign was swimming.
J.D. was on the show the other day. I have just loved the text that I get every time that guy's on the media. Morning Sunday shows, one by one, people call it, dude, you were right. You were right. Okay. Because I was told one story that he's the boogeyman, he's the son of Satan, and he's really nice, he's smart, he's effective, and I think he is going to go down as one of the most effective surrogates, not just, but well-chosen candidate, running mates.
And think of how much he was derided because the elites hate him too.
I know.
Because he's supposed to be one of them. But to answer your question straight up, nothing against RFK or Tulsi Gabbard or late in the campaign, Megyn Kelly, all of whom I think were instrumental. Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Because people are getting their news on X and they see an Elon Musk, an eccentric dude, but someone who's willing to put it all on the line, not for himself, but for the sake of free speech and for the sake of Western civilization. That, for me, personifies what this realignment is about.
By the way, pulling up that Connecticut map as we talk about it, 7 electoral votes. They're calling it for Kamala Harris, but I will tell you that you're seeing some red in the 2nd congressional district, which is eastern Connecticut, all the way up to the Massachusetts border, east to Rhode Island. That used to be Rob Simmons' district, for folks that might remember that.
You're giving us some serious Connecticut trivia.
Well, actually, just to become my first race in 1994 was Connecticut's 2nd district. So I know that one well. But then that 5th district is looking good right now. That's interesting. Just kind of southwest of Hartford, north of New Haven. I think this could be really, again, a bad night for not just Kamala Harris, but a big wipeout for them.
And think about that. That's a D+3 district in terms of registration.
New York
so
will be great, right? Mike
exactly.
Lawler's going to have a great night in New York if this happens here.
That's exactly right.
Right. So, again, thank you for hosting us. What a great night. We're so excited to be here. What a great event you have downstairs. You got to be so proud of your team, what they've put together. And again, my personal thanks on behalf of the First Television Network for allowing us to be here and for everything that your team has done.
The gratitude's ours. 2 quick things. First of all, thanks for everyone in your audience. And also, I will say this, even if I were not sitting here with you, thank you for what you have done to the
you're very welcome.
God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sean.
Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you. All right, we're going back to Jesse Kelly. Jesse Kelly on the Hey, welcome back to our live election night coverage here on the First. I'm about to be joined by my colleague, Megyn Kelly, in just a second. What a night, folks. Despite the narrative, it looks like this is going really well for Donald Trump. We are seeing some really interesting early returns. Some calls not happening yet, but it's what's keeping a lot of that from happening. In this Commonwealth of Virginia, this is interesting. Right now, Donald Trump actually ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia, something that I don't think many people saw coming. We've been talking about it interestingly on this because Northern Virginia, Loudoun County in particular, very voter-rich part of the Commonwealth of Virginia, home to a lot of federal workers. Donald Trump holding his own there. Kamala Harris at 56%. Joe Biden was at 61 4 years ago. This is not good for her. The Trump campaign running up the score in rural parts of Virginia, holding its own in the Hampton Roads area, out west. This could be a really good night for him. Look, I brought this up just a minute ago. For those of you who are regular watchers of the show, I grew up in Rhode Island. Really interesting there. The AP has called Rhode Island for Kamala Harris and its 4 electoral votes for the Democrats. But here's the interesting thing. Kamala Harris only at 52% in the blue state of Rhode Island. Working men and women there are not impressed with her. Right now, we've got 66% in Rhode Island. In Connecticut, that 2nd district, which borders Rhode Island on the east, Massachusetts on the north, looking good for Republicans, and that 5th district a little further west. I want to bring in my first colleague and good buddy, Megyn Kelly. Jesse, I understand you need a little extra time in makeup. I understand. Welcome back. What a night so far.
Okay, first of all, Sean, I have to clarify. I didn't need time in makeup because when you have a face this magnificent, you don't need any makeup. I needed time to pee because I just got off the radio and I had to use the bathroom. That's 1. I had to go pee. 2, I am so unreasonably excited about everything I am seeing right now. And so I'm going to say something, and I want you please to correct me because I know you've been breaking down all these numbers all night long. I get all that. But I'm trying to look at this from Kamala Harris's point of view, and I'm trying to find, so far, what we know so far, positive signs for Kamala Harris. Sean?
Okay, I have
Are
one.
there any positive signs?
Yeah, the positive sign is this. Folks, if you're at the Kamala election night party, the bar in the way back apparently has a shorter line because right now that's the only good news they have going for them, right? So I just, if you're at the event, I know you're not feeling good, but just know if you go further back to the right, the bar in the back, yeah, there's a shorter line there because that's the only good news that I'm seeing right now coming out of Wilmington. But Jesse, I mean, I just said this. Here's the interesting thing. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, 48% reporting, Trump up 49.8 to 48.5. Northern Virginia, where she really needed to do well, she did not run up the score. That's not just important for Virginia. If you can't run the score up there, where you've got a lot of political activity, you've got a lot of federal workers, that doesn't portend well for Georgia. It doesn't portend well for North Carolina. Exit polls showing 25% of black men in Georgia going for Trump. That coalition that they have to weave together, which is called the Democratic Party, is fracturing. And this is not good for them. They can't be happy early on with some of these results. By the way, Florida, huge win in Florida, 93% reporting right now out of Florida. Big lead. Rick Scott called the winner there. This is great news. Trump, 65% reporting in Georgia. He's up 52.4. I mean, this is good news. The only ray of light that you brought up is right now out of Michigan. There's not a lot reporting, but they're at 52. So that's not good for them. In North Carolina, Trump up 52% there. So some good news there so far. I would tell you, if you're looking at the Pennsylvania results, pump the brakes. What we're seeing come in is not where Trump needs to do well. So right now, but the text that I'm getting from Team Trump inside their war room, they are feeling still really good about Pennsylvania.
Okay, so they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania. Let me ask you this, Sean. If Trump is overperforming in Virginia, even if he loses there, even if it turns out he loses by a point or two, but he's overperforming in Virginia, You and I have had this talk before about Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. You say he's probably going to carry those states because they're the same voter, you know, a Pennsylvania voter, a Michigan voter. Does Virginia translate in that way? Meaning, let's say Donald Trump barely loses or barely wins Virginia. Does that mean good things for Pennsylvania?
Yeah. So as I said, it's not just Virginia, because again, it is good, right? But it's where in Virginia, and in that Northern Virginia area that I talked about, which is where the Democrats, if you look at a lot of these states, right? You look at Northern Virginia, that really is where a lot of the votes come out for Democrats. You look at Pennsylvania, right? It's Allegheny County out west where Pittsburgh is and Philadelphia County on the east. That's where they get their votes. If they don't run up the scores in those areas, they can't win Pennsylvania. Same thing in a lot of these other states, where if they don't run up the score in the urban areas, they're screwed. And you're seeing that now. Both things are happening, Jesse. One, she's not performing where she's supposed to, and Trump is overperforming where he's supposed to. That's not good for the Democratic Party right now. So, you know, does it portend well? Yeah, but part of it, as you were just alluding to, is it's the voter that's modeled. So undecided late breakers tend to kind of follow, whether it's 70-30 or 60-40, the same, you know, pattern. So if you see a 60-40 or 70-30 break in Virginia with the late deciders, I think you're going to see pretty close to that in Michigan and Wisconsin and to some degree in Pennsylvania. And that's great news for Trump.
Okay, Sean, I understand election integrity is one of those things that's on everybody's mind. I'm famously hard on Republicans, and especially the RNC. But so far, I've been hearing and seeing a lot of very good things from the RNC as far as being on top of these things, where there are discrepancies, or I don't even know what word I want to put on it yet because I don't have all the facts. But whenever there's been a problem, the RNC and Team Trump appear to be all over it this time in ways that they were not before. Did I just misstate that?
No, 100%. I had some of the folks here from the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Sonskowski, probably the most premier election analyst in the country when it comes to this stuff. And he said the reforms that the RNC made, the actions that they're taking, the way that they're getting ahead of the curve has been unprecedented. So there's obviously still more to do, but we are seeing the RNC and Team Trump get ahead of the curve. You saw them win that case in Philadelphia. They were out there today in 2 counties getting them extended to 9/30 and 10/30 respectively because of voter issues, right? This is good news. Team Republican is doing a much better job in the voter integrity, election integrity area than ever before, and we're seeing it. It's much harder for the Dems to use their old playbook. It's not solved. Don't get me wrong, because your radar is right on this, but it is much better. And at some point, to President Trump's, you know, if you think about what he's been saying, you got to make it too big to rig. That's what's happening now. At some point, you can't you can't overwhelm them. In Pennsylvania, for example, Biden had a 1.3 million vote lead going into Election Day in 2020. Team Trump cut that to 400,000. You think about that, Jesse. I didn't take college in math, but I can do that. That's a 900,000 vote difference that they have to now make up today. That's really hard because Trump swamped them. 1.1 to 1.2 that he got on Election Day. So right now, they're in big, big trouble trying to figure out how do we make these votes up, and I don't know how they're going to do it.
Sean, real quick, just 30 seconds. Do we have a shot at New Mexico? I know this is one of those ones that Team Trump thought they had a shot, because you could tell because he parked it there a couple times. We don't have a shot at New Mexico, right?
Look, Jesse, the way that this thing's going, I just want to pull my cheat sheet out because I was trying to look at what that's going to close. Let me just double check. But, you know, look, the way tonight's going, New Mexico's closing 9 minutes ago. It's going to take a little while to get some results in there. Obviously, a lot of rural areas that are going to take a little bit further to get in. You got some good congressional candidates running in there as well. Yvette Herrell running for, you know, she's trying to get her old seat back. This could be ripe. I would just tell you, I think we haven't won New Mexico since 2004. But again, what I was saying about Virginia still applies. If you see some late breakers there, you saw Trump make that stop there the other day. They feel a little bullish on this. And the team Trump that I'm talking to, their smiles, they're happy. I'm here at the Heritage Foundation. I was down below. They got a big party. Everyone's got smiles on their faces. They're excited. They're optimistic. You're not hearing that from the Democrats on social media, whatever. They're trying
he'll still lose, but he's not going to lose by 10 points. That is interesting, guys, that he's doing better in Virginia than he did the last time, and that more and more the New York Times seem to be projecting as his decision desk HQ. It's looking like a strong night for Donald Trump, Rich.
Yeah, so Charlie and I are both sports fans, so we were just talking earlier about if you follow any game on the ESPN app, the percentage odds of a team winning does not necessarily, it can be too sensitive and it just something goes wrong and it changes. But by the way, all props to you on the sports reference, the Hail Mary pass. That was impressive, Megyn.
Rich,
but
and Andy McCarthy have gotten me up to speed. I have to suffer through your sports talk.
Yeah, you've learned the argot.
I do.
But it seems as though, Megyn, still early, but with Harris perhaps overperforming some in Ohio and Trump seeming strong in Georgia and a little stronger than you would expect in Virginia, this may set up emphasize that the likeliest scenario for Harris is just holding the blue wall by the skin of her teeth, barely winning the popular vote and just barely winning the blue wall states, while Trump sweeps the southern tier. And as you're talking about with Tom and Sean, unless there's a miracle in New Hampshire where the last time I looked, he's behind by 10 points with about 25-30% of the vote in. Unless that happens, he needs one of them. He needs one of them.
He needs one. Yeah, and so before we get too far ahead of our skis, so yes, the data is looking good in some ways for Trump, but we haven't heard any promising update from, or not promising, just nothing, from Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin since we started seeing vote come in. Not one. And he does need one of those unless he pulls a rabbit out of his hat by getting a New Hampshire in addition to Nevada. And he's not going to get Virginia now. We know that. So don't start celebrating. It's way too early. She could still win this thing. We're just reading little tea leaves here and there. All right, more with Rich and Charlie in just a bit. Here with me now, Spencer Kimball. He's executive director of Emerson College Polling. Spencer, thank you for joining me. So tell us what's jumped out at you so far tonight.
Well, listening in, Megyn, I think you've kind of touched on Trump overperforming where some of the polls thought he was going to be, and obviously where he was in 2020.
Okay. Is there anything in particular, any jurisdiction? Is there anything you can glean from what he's done so far?
Well, I mean, if we take a look at the real key states of Georgia and North Carolina, our swing states, that's where Harris put a lot of money and efforts into the race. We look at a state like Florida or Texas where Trump is running up the numbers. Harris really didn't compete there. So in the states where she was competing, he's starting to pick up 2-3 point advantage in Georgia. And if he can hold that number, that's a state that he needs to take back that Biden was able to take. And then same thing in North Carolina. That's one that Harris was looking to hold. If we jump up to Pennsylvania, I know that the numbers are early there, but the concern for the Harris team is the early vote. And I'm sure you've discussed it. They're down about 600,000 votes from 2020 when they had 1.6 million early votes. This time they only have 1 million early votes. The Republicans held the 600,000 early votes from 2020 and kept it here in 2024. So I think as we see that vote count come in Pennsylvania, that early vote miss by Harris might actually cost her the election.
Wow. The Times just moved Georgia and North Carolina from toss-up to, quote, lean Trump. They're doing this as they're seeing raw vote come in, and they, like you, understand where the raw vote is coming from, which counties are still outstanding. All of that is what goes into making projections of these states. So what do you make of that? The fact that they've decided right now to move Georgia, they moved to lean Trump a little while ago. Just a second, they moved North Carolina from toss up to lean Trump.
Well, I mean, if we take a look at like even Indiana and Kentucky, Trump is overperforming where he was. So there's this base of support that's coming out beyond where he was in 2020, which was a very close election. So as we see that in these other states, it's happening in the key swing states. And if they're happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, where he's picking up more, then what's to say Wisconsin, which was within a point, doesn't swing in his direction based on what we're seeing in these other states around the country. And even Ohio is up around 9-10% right now, which is in that Midwest, to give us a little bit of a taste of where that might go. But Indiana, again, gives us a little flavor as well, that he seems to be doing better than what was anticipated And perhaps it's the rural vote that's coming out at a pretty strong rate and very intense rate, not just 75%, like 90% support.
We've been discussing, you and I, for a while now, whether Trump would outperform his polls or whether this would be a 2022 election where we expected a red wave and we didn't get it, and the Democrats outperformed the polls. Does it look to you right now like Trump is outperforming his polls, or is it too early to say?
Well, I mean, based on what we're seeing in the states that have counted their votes, he is outperforming those numbers, sometimes by a larger amount, 4 or 5 points, but at least by 2 or 3. And, you know, Virginia, as case in point, he's cut that lead in half, where if the idea was that Harris had momentum and was going to carry it, you would think that she'd at least hold it by 9, 10, and maybe she will. But right now it's a tied race. And that's beyond the expectation, I think, of what was going to be in play tonight.
So far, Spencer, do you see evidence of a surge of female voters turning out in greater numbers than expected, greater numbers than we saw in 2020 for Harris?
No, not on the eastern seaboard. What we expected in Georgia is a 55-45 female to male split. That's what we traditionally see in Georgia, and that's what we're seeing right now. For Harris, you would want to see that number closer to 57-43. And we're just not seeing that. And that's why I guess Georgia has been moving over to the Trump column. Now, as we get up into Pennsylvania, remember, there's just 3 states we have to look at: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And depending on how those play out in the next hour or so, you know, we'll see where the election goes. But there could be an early call, particularly as those votes get counted in Wisconsin.
I've got to ask you about the Ann Seltzer Des Moines Register poll. She had Trump down 3, Kamala Harris up 3, leading him by 3 in the red state of Iowa. You guys did a similar poll, like same time, and showed Trump beating her by 10. So diametrically opposed results. You guys are gold. They say she's gold. So what did you make of her poll?
It was a great opportunity for, you know, iron against iron, steel against steel. We see how it matches up. Probably at the end of the day, when you see 2 numbers that are so out like that, you add them together and it's going to land in the middle. So I would expect Trump to win by 6, 7 points in Iowa. But that's how polling works. You sometimes get an outlier on one side or the other. And obviously, we'll see what the votes look like tonight. But the early indication is that it's tracking more like 2020 and not some different turnout than what her numbers were looking like.
And what happened in 2020 in Iowa?
Trump won by 8.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And she had projected 7. So she got pretty close on that one. Spencer, thank you so much. Great to speak with you.
Thank you, Megyn, for having me as always.
All right, joining me now, the 3 hosts of The Morning Meeting, a fast-growing interactive show on the Two-Way YouTube channel. Mark Halperin is editor-in-chief of Two-Way. Dan Turrentine is a former Democratic strategist, and Sean Spicer is host of The Sean Spicer Show. Guys, welcome back. I mean, I started the show by saying we know nothing about nothing until we know something about something. We're starting to glean just little bits of information. I'll start with you on it, Mark. What have you learned that you think is real?
Well, there's nothing fully real, but I think Donald Trump is in a position to win, and maybe win by dawn. And the boiler room in Mar-a-Lago is very confident about 3 states, which would put him 1 state away. They're very confident about Georgia. They're very confident about North Carolina, and they're very confident about Wisconsin. There's going to be a delay in Wisconsin because of some counting problems in Milwaukee. But if they're right, and there's not a lot of pushback from Wilmington on those 3 states, if Mar-a-Lago's right, Trump will be 1 state away, and he's likely to get that state in Arizona, if not Pennsylvania or Michigan.
Wait, I had somebody in my ear. Which state do you think he's going to get? You think he's going to get Wisconsin? Is that what you said?
Mar-a-Lago believes he's going to get Wisconsin.
Okay. This just in, speaking of Mar-a-Lago, where Trump is tonight with his viewing party, this is New York Times, with more than 95% of the vote reported, Donald Trump appears to have flipped Miami-Dade County in Florida, home to a large Cuban-American population and one of the state's largest counties. The county has typically voted for Democrats, with Biden winning there by 7 points in 2020. And Sean Spicer, it looks like Trump has flipped it from blue to red. Pretty significant margin. Cuban American. Cubans are more conservative, Hispanic Americans, but so it's not a huge surprise that they might be among the first to switch over to Team Trump, but it doesn't appear that they were offended by the Puerto Rico thing, and a pretty significant accomplishment for Donald Trump.
Huge significant accomplishment. I mean, look, we're seeing some signs here. I said this earlier today. We've talked about it in the morning meeting. You look at Rhode Island, Joe Biden got about 60% of the vote in Rhode Island last time. Right now, she's at 52% with 70% of the precincts reporting. That's not good. You look at Virginia, where I live in Virginia, there was a 10-point spread in 2020. Right now, she's at 50%, 56% in Loudoun County. Loudoun County, very voter rich for the Dems, home to a lot of federal workers, political activists. Biden got 61%. She's at 56 with almost every precinct reporting. That's not good for the Democrats. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I don't know that that's going to hold, but right now, that's not a good sign for them. So we're seeing a lot of movement, whether it's Miami-Dade in Florida, Rhode Island, Virginia, that's not where they want to be. And all of my texts back and forth with the Trump campaign tonight, they're looking at outside of Philadelphia. She's not performing where she needs to in some of those key precincts. They're overperforming. They're very happy with how their early vote operation went, and they feel bullish on Pennsylvania as well. So look, right now, this is looking very, very good for Donald Trump. And also, by the way, for a Republican Senate that could be anywhere from 53, 54, 55 right now, they've already secured basically a majority.
All right, let me ask you another follow-up, Sean. Back in 2020, when Trump lost, were you getting the same yay messaging from Team Trump at this point? Like, were you getting spun, or were they being honest, like, rough night?
It's a lot of excuses. We're not seeing this now, but we still think there's hope, or we haven't seen the 18th precinct and the West Side come through. I mean, they were buying hope. They were spinning as to just stay with us, stay with us. Right now, the texts that I'm getting are all like happy emoji, right? We're killing it here. We're overperforming there. You don't do this. You don't set those kind of expectations if you don't feel like you're on a good track, right? Yeah. You buy time, you make excuses. We're seeing a team all over the reports coming out of Mar-a-Lago that they feel very good about where they are. And I would also say from folks that I'm hearing in the Senate races as well, this could potentially be a very, very big night for the Republican side.
Megyn, it's
I'm
qualitatively
taking it those
different.
emojis. I'm taking those emojis are not coming from Dan. Who I'll
By
get
the
to
way,
in one second.
Megyn,
Go ahead, Mark Halperin.
I will just tell you, I'm sitting here now 3 flights above an election party at the Heritage Foundation, and whatever they just put on television, the screams basically vibrated through the floor, 3 floors above where I am right now. So something's going on.
I don't see anything. Well, why don't you tell them to go work on Project 2025 and stop celebrating, because they were not particularly helpful in this election. Go ahead, Mark. You were going to make a point.
Just to back up what Sean said, being a reporter means understanding your sources and when they're spinning and when they're credible. What's coming out of Mar-a-Lago, maybe they'll turn out to be wrong, but it's supreme confidence. It's macro confidence. It's not let us convince you of this or here's what we're looking at that. It's we've won these states.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, what are you hearing from Team Blue?
Well, okay,
Yes,
to the opposite end of the spectrum here. I mean, Republicans are confident and are pointing to data. They're pointing to precincts. They're pointing to demographics that they're overperforming with or hitting their targets. The other side is my side is hope, and hope is not a strategy. There is really no, in none of the swing states right now are they saying, hey, just wait. Like in 2020 and even in 2012, the campaign would say, look, just wait. This precinct's about to come in. We've hit this voter target. And this goes back to the early vote, right? Democrats have just been saying like, oh, it's apples to oranges. It was COVID. It was a COVID year. Like, you shouldn't pay too much attention. But all the things we've talked about, and including on your show in previous installments, it looks like Trump is overperforming with Black men. He's overperforming with Latinos. Harris is struggling with working class voters. He's running up huge margins in the rural areas and urban centers. Mark mentioned Wisconsin. By all accounts, turnout, specifically Black turnout in Milwaukee, did not hit the desired target for Democrats. And given the big surge in rural parts of Wisconsin, Harris would have to really, really run up the suburbs. And there is nothing pointing that she's done that. So, you keep hope alive, but it is not looking good at this hour if you're a Democrat.
Megyn, I think we have the first projection anyone has made in a battleground states. Decision Desk HQ is projecting Trump victory in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
That's big. That's very big. Yeah, Fox News Decision Desk.
Georgia soon, and yep, there are the pieces in place.
Fox News Decision Desk is projecting now that Senator Ted Cruz will win a third term, defeating Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Thank God. Thank God. It's so nice to just be able to say how I really feel and not be on Fox where I have to pretend I don't care. I care. Colin Allred is a liar. He wants boys in every single girl's sport.
Arc'teryx. Wherever the season takes you, we've got the holidays covered. Shop the gift guide. Arc'teryx.
HQ projecting Trump wins North Carolina, and wow, Mark, I mean, that's huge. She was just there. She did not, we had a report she pulled $2 million in advertising, but then she kept going back there. So it's clear she was not seeding it.
She personally felt it was her best of the Sun Belt states. She felt an affinity for the university communities, the fact that it's a pro-choice state in some ways. It was confusing to a lot of Republicans. My best Republican source in North Carolina told me he wasn't even going to poll the state because he didn't feel it was possible for her to win it. So it shows you that for all the change that occurred in the Democratic Party and in the race when Harris replaced Biden, that a state like North Carolina, which Biden wasn't going to win, perhaps was always out of reach for Harris. And that, again, the view of a lot of Republicans. But they had to try to create an alternative to simply win the inside straight of one path to exactly 270. And if North Carolina was her best bet, it turns out maybe wasn't a very good one.
Mm-hmm. And so, Dan, how will this be spun by the Kamala Harris team?
You mean North Carolina specifically?
Yeah.
I think they'll say their best path was always through the blue wall, that it was a lot closer than it would have been if it were Biden at the top of the ticket. And they have pointed in the last few days to Georgia as the state where they thought, they had a real chance. There was talk over the weekend that late vote was improving day by day in Georgia. They felt like the turnout today was looking pretty good in the morning. But, Governor Kemp has been, and Mark can speak more to this, has been saying that he felt pretty confident that it was going to go for Team Trump. And based on the vote that's coming in Georgia, Trump is overperforming in the rural areas and in several suburban parts. Harris is underperforming Biden. So it's just hard to see when Biden won the state by such a small margin, where she's going to make up the difference right now.
They are, the New York Times needle is now officially changing the chance of winning to leaning Trump, with a 66% chance of winning. I mean, all the data on the New York Times basically all night long, Sean, has been moving toward Trump, leaning Trump. Their latest was predicting the likelihood is that Trump will win 280 to 258 in the Electoral College over her. Do we put any stock in that at all? I mean, I do recall, wasn't it the needle that told us Hillary Clinton had like a 98, 93% chance of winning in 60? I remember the damn needle.
I was there. I recall that very much. It's a very different feeling now. I was telling someone earlier today, Megyn, in 2016, we felt good, but we were told by everyone that we couldn't win. So it was this weird juxtaposition. This year, it's the opposite, where all the data looked really good, but we were told that it's going to be super close. You brought up the Iowa poll a moment ago that came out over the weekend. I will tell you that if Trump does win, I have this pegged at 306 electoral votes for Trump on my Road to 270 map. If this is that kind of a night for Donald Trump, 306, 312, somewhere in there. And the Iowa result is somewhere in the 8 to 10 Trump margin. The media is going to have even more egg on their face. I mean, the idea that they ran with some of these narratives really shows that they didn't take the time to understand the electorate. After the 2016 election, I sat down with the most senior people at NBC News at a right days afterwards, and the direct quote was, "We missed it. We didn't get you folks." And as a result, their sort of resolve was to put up pop-up bureaus in, quote, flyover country to understand the Trump voter. I think we're going to have the whole same conversation over again, which is, how did you guys miss this? And the answer is they ignored key signs that they didn't want to pay attention to.
And then as soon as they tried to understand it, they started writing books about white rage and how terrible the flyover country is and how we shouldn't be listening to those people ever again. I saw them all over on MSNBC pushing these books. Go ahead, Mark.
Two things. One, over on MSNBC, both Lawrence O'Donnell and Jen Psaki are now ruminating on the evils of the Electoral College. That doesn't sound like a game that thinks that they're going to win the election under the rules of the Electoral College. The other is, just to clarify, the New York Times needle is exactly as accurate as a broken Ouija board. That's how you should consider its rigor.
Why are we looking at the needle? We have nothing else to look at. That's why. Go ahead. Keep going.
It's funny to look at. I think that what you're seeing in the exit polls, and the exit polls aren't necessarily going to be right, and even the final versions are, treated like stone tablets. They're really not. But what you're seeing is Trump doing well with all the groups that he's been doing well with, and that the Democrats said wasn't going to happen. He's doing well with black voters, including black men. He's doing well with Hispanic men. He's doing well with independents. And this whole notion, it's one of the biggest mistakes Democrats have made and the media have made about Donald Trump since 2015. This whole notion that he's all about the quote unquote extreme MAGA base is just not true, because the reason he's on the precipice of being reelected is because he's found a way to appeal on issues, not on personality, not on style, but on issues to a lot of people who are not normally thought of as the extreme MAGA base.
Yeah, and Megyn, these signs have been apparent. These signs started appearing in the beginning of this calendar year. I mean, they were present during Biden's run and when Harris got the nomination, which is the groups that Mark just mentioned aren't just dissatisfied with the Democratic Party. They affirmatively like Donald Trump on policy. And that is such a harder thing to break a voter away from somebody who likes someone than if they're just sitting out and thinking like, I won't vote. And that, it's been plain as day, a lot of these problems, and it's playing out. And I'll just add that, I tip my hat to David Plouffe and the Harris campaign. In the last week and a half, they really did kind of turn the public tide, the Titanic maybe might be a better way to put it as this night goes on, that they had a chance. And they kind of threw out like different shiny red balls that both within the party and the media latched onto that, we're seeing late breakers are going 2-1 to us. And, we like what we see with who's left. But they were not talking about the problem with black men, the problem in the suburb, like all these areas that they were having problems. And it is amazing how many Democrats came into today feeling optimistic, even though there was no concrete data that backed that up. I mean, I do tip my cap to them.
They recognize the problem with black men. They sent Barack Obama out to shame them. That didn't seem to work well. Shockingly, that doesn't actually move the needle. But Dan, let me ask you this. Is there anything good on the Democratic side? Like, is there, because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and start assuming Trump's got this when it's only 9:36.
I am not looking at my phone right now, but when I last did, there were not many bright spots. I'm curious, some of these Senate races, does a Bob, obviously we have to think about Pennsylvania on the presidential level, but does Bob Casey survive? Does Tammy Baldwin? Does Elise Slotkin in Michigan? I'm watching Nevada. Does Jackie Rosen hold on out there? The NRSC pumped a lot of money in the last week. The House, we've talked about it on the morning meeting. We started this year, the calendar year, saying that the Democrats were going to potentially get the House back because it was a presidential year. Harris was going to do or Biden, were going to do really well in the New York and California suburbs. And this was the secret to taking the House back. Now we're ending this election cycle talking about how strong Trump is on Long Island, how strong he is in blue suburbs. And there's pessimism. I mean, the House is going to be close, but the optimism that was there a couple months ago has slowly dissipated. And House races trickle in later, often over a week or two, but not looking good right now on Team Blue.
Go ahead.
Megyn,
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, real quick. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go in a second, but just real quick. Trump continued to grow his lead in Virginia. It's not huge, but he's continued to grow it in Rhode Island. Almost 80% of the precincts, and Kamala Harris stuck at 53%. Again, that's down from 60 where Biden was. But Dan, I did have a source in Wilmington that I just checked with some good news for you. If you're at the headquarters in Wilmington, there's a bar in the back with a shorter line. That's the good news for Team Harris tonight.
We have water here tonight. Yes.
We got booze here in the red studio. Well, you guys will come the next time. Mark, Dan, Sean, we will see you in just a bit. They're coming back to join us after a short time. Don't go too far. Back with me now on set are Rich Lowry and Charlie Cook of National Review. I'm starting to feel less of the pit in the stomach. I'm starting to feel better. I don't want to
All right, guys, welcome back. I'm joined by John Rogers of Cygnal. He's a pollster with Cygnal polling. I don't think that's, sorry about that. I'm Bradley Devlin with the Daily Signal. We were just talking to Kevin Roberts. I was about to say your boss, but you guys, I would say you've now gone independent of the Heritage Foundation. So he's not your boss, but you're obviously a big part of the Heritage Foundation. Let me just start with you, John. A lot of people out there are saying, wow, look at how Trump's doing. Where was the polling right? Was it not right? This is your world. Talk to us. What is the polling? Was the polling on? Was it not on? What did people get right and what did people get wrong? And where were you guys different?
Yeah, I think the polling has been largely accurate so far. I mean, there has been like an overperformance in Florida. If you looked at like the Real Clear Politics average, Trump has definitely overperformed there. But like, I mean, we did a poll in Texas that we released publicly. We showed that Trump was going to win. We showed that Ted Cruz was going to win the Senate race, and obviously both of those things have happened. So, you know, things are trending in a good direction if you're on the right side of the political spectrum.
You got to feel. I mean, Bradley, are you talking to? What are you hearing tonight? What are you seeing that's standing out to you?
So I just got off the phone with one of our reporters, Virginia Allen. She's on the ground at the Trump victory party in Mar-a-Lago.
You got to just tell me what is she saying?
First off, the Wi-Fi is terrible.
Second, I don't think anyone cares about the Wi-Fi. Well, maybe they do, but they'll probably take plenty of pictures. But what are they saying?
I'm sure you've heard this a zillion times tonight already. Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
I think.
No, I'm hearing a little bit more bullish now. I think we're getting into that territory.
Well, Decision Desk with the call for North Carolina was huge, and I think that got called while I was on the phone with her. There's a bit of a roar in the background. But really what she said was a lot of people need to have a lot more drinks and we need to wait this thing out before we can get really excited down in Mar-a-Lago. That's what everyone was telling her. I think, you know, this is going to be a long, drawn-out fight either way. But if you look at some key indicators like Nash County in North Carolina, last time I looked at it, Trump was up around 1,500 votes. That county went only a few hundred votes in favor of Joe Biden. It is the swingiest swing county in North Carolina. And then you can kind of extrapolate some of that data, obviously not really, but if you can extrapolate some of the momentum that you see in North Carolina and in Georgia throughout the Sun Belt.
You bring up Georgia. I mean, I'm pulling this up as we talk right now. Yeah. Trump is ahead 52.4 to 47 in Georgia with 77% in. Why are we not calling Georgia?
I think Fulton County, I don't think all the votes are in yet from Fulton County. And so that's the thing where I think they're wanting to wait until we get more of that in. But I like, you know.
And that will come in for her?
Yeah, Fulton County is the Atlanta, you know, the metro Atlanta area.
His lead right now is just about 220,000 votes.
Right. We do the polling for Governor Kemp in Georgia, and one of the things that you had to see if you were the Trump campaign is you really needed to see a huge turnout in rural South Georgia in those counties around Valdosta and Tifton, and they've had that thus far.
Yeah.
So Georgia is on a good trajectory.
I was going to say, in 2016, he won by 200,000 votes. He lost by 11,000 votes. So, I mean, to be up right now by 230,000 votes, that's a lot of margin to play with.
Yeah, and the Trump campaign is doing well with the people that they needed to do well with. Young men, especially young men, young African-American men, they needed to improve over what they had done in 2016 and 2020. They're getting that. They also had to get a really high turnout in the rural counties, and they're getting that in a lot of different areas. And so her electoral college path has certainly narrowed with North Carolina now in the column for Trump.
Okay. I mean, look, he's got North Carolina called for him, right? Georgia goes his way, and then all he's missing is Arizona in that Sun Belt, right? Or technically, I guess Nevada would be part of that as well, right? That means that they just need to get then one of the other states, and they win. This is not, if you're Harris, you've got to feel a little concerned right now that your paths are getting narrow.
Yeah, you have to have something monumental like we saw in 2020, where all of a sudden, you know, when polls opened in Georgia, Democrats were up, then it switched to Republicans, and then over the course of a week, Biden chipped away at that lead for President Trump. I don't think you're going to see that replay itself for the exact reasons that he just mentioned, right? You're getting the turnout that you need. If you look at that map of Georgia at home, you see the Atlanta metro area and those blue counties around it.
Yep.
That is where you're going to have about 48% of the vote cast in the state of Georgia. Now, if you look at one of those counties to the top right of the Atlanta metro area, that's Gwinnett County. If you're going to see a shift towards President Trump with exactly the low propensity voters that he was talking about, young black men, you're going to see it in a place like Gwinnett County or DeKalb County. And so Gwinnett, the margins are smaller for Harris than they were for Biden at this point in the election. And that means that Asians and potentially blacks as well are breaking more towards Trump than they did in 2020.
So let me stick with Georgia before I move on to a couple other things, because John Rogers' Cygnal does that polling there. You're seeing an exit poll come out from CNN showing Trump getting 25% of black men. That's got to send shockwaves, because I can't imagine it's isolated in Georgia, right? That you got to think, okay, we're seeing some erosion in Detroit and Michigan, maybe in Madison, Wisconsin, or Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Pennsylvania. That's got to be a concerning number for the Harris team to see.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. And it goes back to campaign strategy matters. And it was part of the campaign strategy for the Trump campaign to target those types of voters by going to MMA fights, by going on Joe Rogan's podcast. They were aggressive the last 3 weeks of the campaign. And the Harris campaign really campaigned like they felt like they had a 2-touchdown lead and they were trying to play prevent defense down the stretch. And you're really coming to see the fruition of it right now.
Bradley, Devlin, you had a piece in the Daily Signal about that, what John Rogers just said, the podcast strategy. There's a lot of mainstream media that were like, oh, I can't believe he's doing all this stuff. This may be instrumental. Like this turnout is basically saying, hey, guess what? It worked. Now, let me ask you this. I believe that a little of it was resentment. That the media was like, I can't, why are you not talking to me? I'm with NBC News or the New York Times. They didn't like the way that Trump, like he is with everything else, was disruptive. They're going around them, and I don't think they like it. So how much was it them missing the strategy versus resenting the strategy?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think the reason, a cornered animal fights twice as hard. And I think the corporate media feels like they're in a corner right now. What did Trump do with that alternate media strategy? He met the voters where they were. He wasn't banking on them to tune in to 60 Minutes or whatever to talk to the low propensity young African-American man, young Latino man, young white man, working class people. He went directly to where they are consuming their media.
Right.
And if you remember, you have had to talk about many of the former president's tweets in your past, and you think about what was the number one thing that Trump campaign folks in 2016 and 2020 and people in his administration said, it's because he's going straight to the American people, and that's what people like about that type of communication. And that's what Trump did with this alternative media strategy. It was basically Twitter in long form, where he's going directly to the places where people are consuming their media to make that pitch to them. And that's why the corporate media hates it, because they can't be the gatekeepers anymore.
John Rogers, I'm obsessed with Rhode Island tonight. I grew up there, right? I'm looking at this now. Biden got 60% in 2020. Kamala Harris, 80% of the precincts in, is at 53. That's 7 points down. You flip over to Virginia, right?
Loudoun County.
Loudoun County, Northern Virginia. We've talked about that all night, right? She's at 56%, 5 points under where Biden was at 61%. But more importantly, Trump currently, with 60% of the votes in Virginia, is still ahead. What message does that send? If you get Loudoun County, home, as I said before, federal workers, this should be where she's running up the score. If you can't run the score up in Loudoun County, Virginia, as a Kamala Harris, right, who's made all of this virtue signaling, support for federal workers and unions and everything, this is it. What's the signal that it takes from there? And like I said, without injecting my personal bias in this, if you're barely carrying Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's the concern. Loudoun County is the concerning canary in the coal mine if you're Kamala Harris, right? Trump overperforming in Florida, that doesn't really concern them as much, but there's a lot of voters in Loudoun County that are going to be similar to voters in Ann Arbor, Michigan, or in Madison, Wisconsin, right? And so obviously Virginia is different from the Rust Belt, but there's going to be some similar college-educated suburban types of voters in Loudoun County that you're going to find in Ann Arbor, in places like that across those 3 Rust Belt states that Harris has to win, because we know that it seems the rural turnout is going to be really high in those 3 states. And it really goes back, a lot of it goes back to strategy too. Where was she a week and a half before the election? She was in Houston, Texas, a state that they knew they were not going to win.
Is that going to be something that they wake up tomorrow, potentially the day after. So what were we doing? Why did we do that?
They were campaigning on abortion rights with Beyonce in Houston and banking on that instead of realizing, you know what, we've got to expand the electorate here. And we've got to like offer something to voters who are kind of in the middle instead of just playing to our base.
Yeah. What are some of the lessons that we're going to wake up tomorrow, hopefully, and say, this is where people got this election wrong? Because if Trump ends up doing as well as he is, I don't know that he'll ultimately carry Virginia tonight. I hope he does. But what's the takeaway? Because for so many of these people in America, they were like, you know, they thought this was going to be a wipeout. And here's Donald Trump on path to do very, very well tonight. What do you think is going to be? I mean, are we going to wake up tomorrow with the NBCs and the ABCs saying, like, Iran, China, Russia, for interfering? Because they're going to have to find an excuse why they blew this bad.
Yeah, I think so. I think the lesson for people who appreciate free speech, people who appreciate
who are those people?
Republicans, conservatives, the independents who have joined and coalesced with the right this election. I think you'll wake up in a country tomorrow and say, you know what, I actually do think that we can have some kind of return to normalcy, that we don't have to focus so much on identity groups. I know I've been talking about Asian Americans and Black Americans and Hispanic Americans and young men because they're low propensity voters, and those are the people that Trump is trying to reach to turn out. But what has his pitch been? It's been bread and butter issues. There's been this big freak out amongst the corporate media saying that Trump's going to do terrible with women. Well, women are making a majority of the decisions for households and how they consume goods. And what do they see? They see increased grocery prices, they see increases in inflation, they see fuel costs going up, the utilities are going up, housing is more and more unaffordable. Those are the types of issues that actually unite Americans, whether they're good or bad. And so we can hopefully wake up in a country tomorrow where we can move past these racial distinctions and say, okay, now we need to fix some of the economic inequalities and issues that the country faces. So I think we can move beyond that if we're willing to.
John, basically, if you look at Decision Desk and look add in the North Carolina call there, Trump is at about 211 electoral votes, right? So he needs 59. I'm doing the math in my head, guys. To get there.
Yeah.
What is the next thing that you think is going to be the big tell, right? So you've got Pennsylvania closed. Obviously, they're going to, you know, whatever. But we had a big buffer.
Yeah,
when it came to the early vote.
If Trump wins Georgia, I feel pretty good about where Arizona is currently. If you're Trump. And so if Trump wins Georgia, then for Harris it becomes she has to have a clean sweep of all three of the Rust Belt states. And that becomes just an incredibly tight, narrow electoral college path for Harris. No room for error. She's got to win all three of those states. And I think Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are states that Trump can win. But, you know, all three of those states are still definitely up for grabs, and she definitely has a path to victory, but it's just much more narrower than Trump's at this point.
Yeah, let me try to pull up where we are, see if we've made any ground in Georgia, because again, I think you're right. I mean, once that gets called, we've got 80% now in Georgia. Let me just see if we've updated that. So 80% in Georgia, Trump at 52.2%. That's about a 200,000 plus vote lead for him. This is going to be critical, right? I mean, I think you were saying Fulton County. Once that comes in, if they don't get the margins they need, they're going to call Georgia and the 16 electoral votes that Georgia has for Trump. That's going to be a very positive sign, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It wanted to go back to a question you asked earlier about what will be the storyline tomorrow or a week from now when we finally know the final outcome. I think one also lesson is that America is still a center-right country. And there are a number of different issues, whether you're talking about Trump has campaigned on preventing biological men from participating in women's sports. I can tell you that we've polled in a number of different congressional races and statewide races across the country. That is an issue that activates not only Republicans, but a majority of independents are with conservatives on that issue. And so on that and a number of other issues, it's still a center-right country.
You know, we saw a recent public poll was 56% of all Americans support mass deportations. I think that because of how we live, if you live in an urban center, you don't think that anybody else out there, you can't imagine somebody voting for Donald Trump, right? And that's the thing, is that for a lot of Americans, they look at an issue like that and say, I can't believe people think like that. They're not seeing the impacts of some of these issues in their lives. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think that every city has become a border city now at this point. And the fact that you had Greg Abbott and you also had DeSantis, but Abbott especially really pushed the envelope in sending migrants to Washington, D.C., to New York City. And that's why you had Eric Adams and a lot of other politicians who are not conservative by any stretch of the imagination who are saying, like, hey, we've got to have some kind of a limitation on the number of migrants who are flowing in here, and we've got to secure the southern border. And so, it's an issue that when it's been the center point of the campaign, it has been to Trump's benefit, and not only to Trump's benefit, but also to a lot of the Senate nominees that are across the country.
Do you guys think that we're going to have a resolution in Pennsylvania tonight? Because I think that's going to be the linchpin. If that goes right, I don't see how the Harris team. I mean, they're basically shut out, right? Right now we're at about 40% reporting in. It's a dead. It's Harris has a small lead in Pennsylvania right now, but I think if that gets called for Trump, that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, it would be it, and I anticipate if no one's made the call for President Trump, I think President Trump will make the call for himself if he finds himself in a situation where, as Pennsylvania counts the mail-in ballots early, then they go to the election day, and then those tail-end votes are going to be all mail-in yet again. Okay. Right? So if Trump is up after a lot of the election day vote has been tabulated in Pennsylvania, he's going to declare victory tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
and which if you're advising him, it's the right thing to do.
By the way, they're calling New Jersey right now over at Fox 52% for Harris. Again, what does that say when New Jersey is 52%? Let me look that up real quick to see how much is in. Because I think that again, this is just showing these traditional blue states are not coming through the way that they are. So right now you've got 70% of New Jersey in. 70%. I get that not everything's in, but there's not a lot of, I mean, she should be running up the score there. I mean, this is 52%.
It also keeps open the possibility that Trump, if he wins the Electoral College, might also win the popular vote.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
I would not bet on that, but that is still a very live possibility, especially when you're
when we were on with the morning meeting just a second ago, the team from the morning meeting on Megyn Kelly show, Mark Halperin was noting that on MSNBC, Jen Psaki was talking about how the Electoral College needed to be reformed. If you're having a conversation about reforming the Electoral College at 10 o'clock at night, East Coast time, on the Democratic side, that's not a good thing. That's like talking about like what you're going to wear at Christmas. Like it's like if that's where you're going, you don't think you're going to win. But I'm just looking. New Jersey last time, Biden won. Biden actually got 55% of the vote. Actually, that was Hillary Clinton. Let me look at if I can find the Biden number in New Jersey. But that's not. I mean, look, she's still underperforming significantly. Where, let me see if I can, hold on, I've got the 2000 number here too. New Jersey, Biden got 57%. I mean, she's at 52. She's underperforming. It's not a final number, but that's not good.
Right, and I think it goes back again to kind of the closing argument from both campaigns. Kamala Harris closed on abortion, and she closed on the fact that Trump is going to be a unique threat to the country, and she allowed a lot of her allies to make insinuations about how he's a fascist, and some people just said it outright. And then the Trump campaign, in contrast, said, "Look, I'm for you. I'm for the average American. We're going to bring inflation down. The cost of goods is going to go down. We're going to secure the southern border, and then we're going to have a common sense approach to things like biological men and women's sports." And if you're an undecided voter, if you're a lower propensity voter, and you hear those two arguments, there's a lot in it with the Trump campaign's pitch, not much for you in the Harris campaign's pitch.
Okay. So I just want people to understand what's going on. First of all, the stream's going all night, right? We're going to be going over to our friends at the First Television Network. The team from the morning meeting is going to get back together in a little while on Megyn Kelly Show. That's why I want you to stay with us all night long. You're on the stream with me. You got it all night long. We go back and forth to the First. We'll be back on with Megyn Kelly. We've got some amazing guests continuing to join us all night long. But as we approach just past now, the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, Montana's polls have closed. Most of Idaho's polls have closed. Utah's closed. And our final battleground state, Nevada, has closed, right? I think it's going to take a little while. But we've got two in that category, that bucket that matter. That Senate race in Montana, and then obviously Nevada, it's a double, right? We got Sam Brown, the insurgent Republican candidate, former Army captain, against Jackie Rosen, the Democratic incumbent right there, who looks like, I think Sam Brown has been surging. The question is, does he have enough to get him over the top? Obviously, still a battleground state. Republicans feel very bullish about where they were on the early vote. Do you guys have any insight from the work that your firm has been doing in any of the states that just closed?
Well, Nevada, I'll just say, like, you have to give a lot of credit to Sam Brown. There are a lot of people in the DC bubble that I think 2 months ago left him for dead and thought that there was no way that he was going to be able to win. And his campaign fought very hard. He fought very hard and just kind of stayed there. And now it's right, it's coming down, I think, to a photo finish, both in the presidential race and the U.S. Senate race. And that is not something that hardly anybody in DC would have predicted 3 months ago.
What do you guys, is there any one of those races that you're keeping an eye on tonight or that you're hearing anything on?
Yeah, I was really surprised at the early voting numbers coming in from specifically Nevada.
No kidding.
Massive amounts of turnout, we think, from Nevada, and a lot of them, over 40% I've heard from some people, they suspect are low propensity voters, those types of voters that we were talking about earlier. The reason that Trump's doing so well in New Jersey, right, is because Trump's focusing on those bread and butter issues, and we can move past all of the garbage that people have been spewing. And it seems like, in particular, Nevada, who's been really plagued by these economic issues since the COVID-19 pandemic, plus, Trump's policy of no tax on tips if he wins, I think that could actually deliver not only Trump the state, but also a larger Senate majority. And what a Sam Brown win would do for Republicans in the Senate, for the Republican conference in the Senate, is add another piece to that chessboard, where now, after the dust settles, hopefully sometime soon this week, we're going to look towards choosing a new Senate leader. At least the Republican conference is looking towards choosing a new leader to replace Mitch McConnell.
You think about, by the way, the X factor, right? You're choosing a new leader. You get Sam Brown potentially, and Kerry Lake, and Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. This is like these John Thune and John Cornyn are going like, hey, I didn't expect Sam Brown to be voting, and that could be a real interesting dynamic.
I spoke to a chief on the Hill yesterday, and he told me, he said, we have these votes scheduled for pretty quickly after the election, and he said some of us are like a little concerned that we may not know the outcome in all of this, but the way things are trending, I think things will be clear. We'll probably still have to wait a day or two to know the outcome in some of these elections, but it could be that they'll be able to have the elections, the caucus elections, right on schedule.
And more new blood means that you could probably get more reforms to how Senate leadership does business, and that means more transparency for the American people.
By the way, checking in on Georgia, 80% of precincts reporting in. Trump holding 52.2% lead, over 47-1 over Harris. This is a good trend as more comes in. Do you want to say anything on that, or do you want to?
No. The Fulton County is the main thing. I mean, that's going to be a big basket of votes for Harris.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where that is. Haven't had a chance to check, but I'm not sure where we are there.
All right. We haven't seen a lot out of Iowa. Reports coming in. You're the pollster, right? What did you make of that Ann Seltzer poll that came out that showed Harris up 3? Everyone went nuts in the media. Oh my God, she's up 3. This is crazy. What does this mean for older women and blah, 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 blah. Despite every other poll showing Trump, he won by 8 last time. Every other poll shows him about there. There's no evidence that anything massive has shifted, right? So what do you, and I'm just going to put, from a crystal ball standpoint, what do you think is going to happen in Iowa?
I would be really surprised if Harris won Iowa. I mean, we polled Iowa multiple times over the last 4 or 5 months, and we've never seen Trump losing Iowa. Ann Seltzer's got a really good reputation. She does do things a little bit differently methodologically. And so there's a little bit of, differences of opinion among pollsters on some of that and whether it's a good thing or not. But I would be very, very surprised if Trump lost Iowa.
Okay, so let me just ask you this. You say that she's got was it a good reputation?
She's got a pretty good reputation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's hit several outcomes pretty closely.
So okay, let's just hypothetically say that Trump wins by 8, which is what he won last time by, which mirrors where the other polls, the Emerson poll, basically have him. They had him actually up 10.5. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that he wins by 8, exactly where he was last time. Nothing changes. what are the repercussions for someone like Ann Seltzer as a pollster? Is it egg on my face? Is it like the weatherman who wakes up and says it's going to be raining and then the next day just forgets what that was? What does that look like?
So she had Harris winning by 3. So that'd be in that scenario that would be
11-point swing.
That would be an 11-point miss. That is a substantial miss. I can tell you, we do obviously a lot of private polling for campaigns and think tanks and that kind of thing. And like, if we have an 11-point miss in a statewide campaign, I don't know that I would expect them to be a client again.
That's okay. So she misses by that much. It's hard. I mean, she missed the primaries. How Trump did. I think she called Trump. I mean, she's not been like spot on by any means. Just out of curiosity, that's what I want to hear though. Because I think the problem is that I was joking, but like, if you wake up and the weatherman says it's going to rain and it's bright and sunny out, then the next day they get up and just say, okay, so today's weather is, you go, wait a second, you blew it yesterday, why am I listening to you today? If she went that hard, because she didn't couch it, she went all in. My methodology is right, everyone in the media ran with it. I looked at it and the people that are in your world said, here's what we have a problem with her screen, right? They said that the recall question on Biden was not accurate. They had it up to, Trump had won by 8, so that there were some problems with they saw her methodology. I think that to me says you're in a timeout in the penalty box going into the next cycle.
Yeah, I mean, right. So you get to get in on all the kind of minutia of some of this, but right. So I think most people felt like when you look at most people in polling that the makeup of people who are in that poll tend to be more highly educated than like would have been in our sample, for instance. And so you're going to get more college-educated women who are going to tend to be more liberal, and therefore they're going to say that they're going to vote for Harris, right? And so I do think the way that she approached that's not the way that we would have done it. That is certainly one approach. And, who knows what the effects will be for her. And, she's at the Des Moines Register, and I'm sure that she'll continue to poll moving forward. There's always going to be some polls that are outlier polls, right? And if you don't occasionally have an outlier poll from what everybody else is doing, then you're probably not actually having enough independence of thought. But again, if Trump wins Iowa by 8 points, and her poll on the eve of the election had Harris winning by 3, that's a really big difference.
Yeah. All right, let me just kind of walk through where we are in a couple of these. I'm going to go back to Pennsylvania. Obviously, that's the big prize, 19 electoral votes in play there, right? We've got 47% in Pennsylvania. Some stuff in the middle of the state not in, which I would assume is probably pretty good for Trump. He has a slight edge there, 50.1 to 48.9. That's not huge in a state like that. So, and remember, these guys are slow counting those mail-in votes, those in-person votes, because of the law in Pennsylvania. Hopefully this year they don't just go home at 10 o'clock at night and wait to come back in a few days, which is what they did last time. So that actually sounds good there. In Arizona, we just talked about it there. 11 electoral votes at stake. We've got about 34% in. That's not a lot. A lot coming from obviously that area in the Phoenix, Tucson area, which is obviously big. And then Trump up in, we have literally a dead tie, 49.6 to 49.6 there. We're going to obviously see. The thing is, as that you get out further, outside the Phoenix, Tucson area, up north into the more rural areas, that's going to be Trump country, right?
Yeah, and I think one thing that really helps in Pennsylvania is you've got a really well-run campaign in Dave McCormick. And this is a guy who's run before, statewide before, and just came up short in the primary. He's run an excellent campaign, and I think that's kind of given some wind at the back for both of the campaigns, right? Both for the Trump campaign and then also for the U.S. Senate campaign.
Yeah, so we just got to call Montana, all the electoral votes there for Trump. This is, again, wasn't unexpected by any means, but that adds a little bit more into the Trump column. Good news for him, and we're slowly inching. You add North Carolina, and he's at 221. Fox has yet to call North Carolina for him. We saw Decision Desk HQ call it for him. You add all that in, and right now Trump is at 221. He is 49 votes short of becoming the 47th president again. And that's got to make him feel good again because of the number of paths. You don't have Pennsylvania in, you don't have Virginia, you don't have Georgia. That's all, and you got to make Trump feel good. Let me just take a quick look at where we are before we go in Virginia. One last look at that before we head over to our friends at the first. 64% reporting in Virginia. Trump still up with about a point lead, 49.6 to 48.7. This has got to make them feel really bad. And by the way, Hung Cow hanging in there as well. This has got to be sending chills through Chuck Schumer right now. All right, guys, we are going to head over to our friends at the first, take a look at them. Hopefully, we might see you again. Let's see how the night goes. Thank you for being here and adding some perspective to this. I appreciate you guys and your insights. So we're going to just stay on the feed if you're there. We're going to go see Jesse Kelly over at the first. We're going to chat with him. Then I'll be back for a little while. Hopefully you guys can stick around. You want to stick around for a little bit?
Sure. I got to find a Red Bull and I'll be ready to go.
Okay, I think we got Celsius.
We got Celsius, that's for sure.
So sorry. And then we'll be back. Stick with us all night long. This is looking great. You don't want to go. We'll be right back with our friends at the first. Jesse Kelly and myself will chat. Stay with us.
Legislation. That's what I'm cautiously optimistic for. Again, we'll know more in a few hours.
Fair.
I like your optimism. Josh, appreciate you. Congressman Chip Roy, once again, appreciate you as always. Thank you, gentlemen. Good night so far. Good night. All right. Our election night coverage is going to continue all night. But I'm going to leave you, but I want to do one more segment with Sean Spicer, because Sean Spicer, who
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
Hi, everyone. If you were injured in an accident, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by right now. You can find out how much money you can potentially get for your accident. I'm Tori Schulman, along with my co-host and spokesman, Al Jackson. So, Al, tell the viewers at home who should be calling right now.
Well, Tori, it's just like you said. Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You can find out if you have a case and how much money you can potentially get.
Thanks, Al. So is that what people want to know, if they have a case, how much money they're going to get?
That's what I would want to know. Do I have a case? How much money can I get? The accident that happened can't change, but how much money you receive can. So I encourage everyone watching at home, give us a call right now and find out how much you can potentially get.
Thanks, Al. You guys heard it here first. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity and call now.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the Purex system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewickethome.com or call 800-493-4795 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-493-4795 today.
Before I would ever give a product to a patient, I tried it myself. So I started taking Super Beets and I said, wow, Super Beets is a game changer.
It's given me the energy that I want, the blood pressure support that I need.
Circulation, heart health.
You feel like you can get things done.
I really am feeling a difference.
I just love it.
Over 1 million people have put Super Beets blood pressure support supplements to the test. And today, we have over 80,000 five-star ratings and reviews. We're trusted by over 120 pro and college sports teams. Super Beets is the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support.
It helps dilate blood vessels. It helps increase my circulation. It's having a beneficial effect on my heart and my energy. It makes me healthier.
My grandkids say, Grandma, I can't keep up with you. Where do you get your energy from? And I said, Super Beets.
Get a free month supply, plus free shipping and a 90-day money-back guarantee on all bundles, exclusively when you call or visit superbeets.com.
Welcome back to our coverage right here on the First TV of election night, an election night that is going quite well. Not that this is super shocking, but I do want to make sure we are keeping you up to date with the big calls as they come in. Montana has officially been called for Donald Trump. It was always expected to go that way. Montana, which was kind of purple for most of my childhood when I lived there, has really gone further right and further right and further right. In fact, John Tester's most definitely going to lose his seat if he hasn't already up there. So right now, everything's coming up aces as far as I can tell, but I know Sean will shoot me down somehow. Joining me now, my friend Sean Spicer, the great Sean Spicer Show, who's been making us all smarter for quite some time. Okay, Sean, we talked like an hour and a half ago, and things have gotten better since then. I'm scared. I don't want to go to sleep tonight, Sean.
Oh, well, I don't either, because right now it's looking good. The folks down in Florida at the Trump campaign are feeling really good. This is turning out to be a really good night for two reasons. One is I think Trump is overperforming with groups that they were targeting, and the Kamala Harris campaign is underperforming. I think what's interesting to me, Jesse, I grew up in Rhode Island. You mentioned Montana. You look at that state, Joe Biden won with almost 60%. Kamala Harris, 83% coming in Rhode Island. She's at 53%. We talked about Virginia. Razor thin in Virginia right now, a state that Biden won by 10 points, right? So even if he doesn't pull these states, like obviously he's not going to win Rhode Island. The AP has called that for Harris. I get it. But she's not doing what she needs to be doing. She's not performing with these key coalitions the way that she needs to be. I think right now, when you talk about past the 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump continues to remain with several to get him to 270 plus. Her path keeps getting narrower and narrower. And as I check in on all of these battleground states, but I will tell you this, I was just talking just a moment ago, in New Jersey, 73% in, she has 52% of the vote. Right, so she'll carry New Jersey, but the idea that she got 52%, that's embarrassing. And I think there's going to be a reckoning tomorrow because Donald Trump is doing very, very well with the working men and women of this country from state to state. This isn't just one. We're seeing it throughout the states, not just in the battleground states. Remember, no one spent a penny in New Jersey. Yes, he held a rally there, but this is just unbelievable. I think this could really end up being strong for Donald Trump. In Pennsylvania, we're seeing 51% in. Trump up there. I feel really good about where he is in Georgia as well. So, you know, there's not right now anything that's giving me heartburn. But I'll tell you, let me just pull up Georgia real quick, if I can. But it's again, we are seeing some really good results for Donald Trump. Let me get the latest for you in Georgia. 82% in, Trump up 52 to 47.4, a really 200,000+ vote lead. Remember, in 2000, he only he only lost by 11,000. So to be up this high, this mirrors where he was in 2016, a 5% win, 200,000 vote margin there in 2016. It's looking very similar, partially because at least the exit polls show that she is not doing well with black men there.
Not doing well with black men, Sean. We've seen this number all night. I've seen 23%. I've seen 25%. Whatever the percentage of black men she's lost, it is significant, and it's way higher than any percentage Democrats have lost in the past. My question is, what's your read on why? Is it her general despicable nature? Is it the fact that they have filled up black neighborhoods in these big cities with a bunch of illegals and now black men are hurting for work in ways they were not under Trump? What is it that chafed on black men so badly who have traditionally gone all for Democrats?
I think there's three things actually. Number one, they see the economic impacts like every other American. Like when inflation is what it is, and she says my answer to that is to attack price gouging, as if price gouging is the reason. It's their policies. Number two is that I think a lot of jobs are going to, that they feel that are being taken by people in this country illegally. She has an open borders philosophy. And she has not apologized for that. And I think a lot of people, not just black men, white men, Asian men, I mean, a lot of people, women, all see the effects of an open border. And then I also think there's a bit of culture in here. Jesse, and I think that's part of it. The way that they went all in. I mean, Trump did a very effective messaging talking about men playing in women's sports, men taking opportunities from women, and I think that grated on a lot of people. Not just that women weren't getting the opportunities, but this DEI woke culture, I think, is something that grates on a lot of folks, particularly black men.
Sean, we've been talking about states like New Jersey. It's closer than it should be. We love that. Virginia, we're still waiting, obviously. But we're kind of dancing around and tiptoeing around the big three that you and I have talked about extensively. I realize we're waiting on final numbers, which we may or may not even get tonight, but how's Michigan looking? How's Pennsylvania looking? How's Wisconsin looking? Are we right where we need to be? Are we behind? Are you concerned? Where are we in these states? Even one of them is all we need, right?
Yeah, and that's the key point, right? So Team Trump is bullish on Wisconsin. They feel very good about what's coming through there. It's a horrible state to poll because a lot of the information isn't appended to the voter file. So it makes it difficult to poll. We're going to be seeing it, but they're seeing a lot of the data come in that makes them feel very good about this. I feel very good about Pennsylvania, though. You start to look at what's coming in Pennsylvania. I think that they've got to feel very good about that. But if they pick any one of those blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, it's game over for her. I don't see a path forward. 54% are reporting in Pennsylvania right now. Remember, the unique thing about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in particular is how they count votes. Pennsylvania cannot count early votes until the morning of. Remember in 2020, they decided to go take a coffee break for like 3 days on the night of the election and wait to count the votes. Tonight, they're supposed to stay there. That's going to be huge. Donald Trump so far, 54% in, has a 51-48 lead. But the big thing, Jesse, and we talked about this earlier on the first, that Trump was down 1.3 million votes from mail-in and early vote in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden, that's the lead he took in. Now, Trump won 1.1, 1.2 election day votes, but that wasn't enough to overcome the early vote. Well, they cut that down to 400,000. That's huge, right? So Trump really, really had an amazing ground game in Pennsylvania, and it's just showing. I just don't think they've got the votes to catch up in Pennsylvania, and we're going to see that. In Wisconsin, they batch their votes. It's a really weird process in several areas of Wisconsin, and then they all report them really late at once. So a lot of places in the Milwaukee area and others will drive all their results to one place, then they batch them and post them. So you'll see these big dumps of votes coming out of Wisconsin, and I think we're going to see that again. But the good news is if he can take Pennsylvania or build a big enough lead, we're not going to need it. We just need one of those three states to see Donald Trump return to the White House, assuming that something else doesn't break weird, and there's no indication that that's happening.
Sean, Michigan. I'll be honest with you, a little bit shocked to see Muslim support for Donald Trump. I know Democrats were very worried about that coalition. They were running competing ads, pro-Israel ads in Pennsylvania, pro-Islam ads, or pro-Palestine, whatever you want to call it, ads in Michigan. But never in my life have I seen any significant portion of Muslims go for a Republican. What happened there?
Well, I think they look, she was, like in a lot of issues, I think how she messaged her positions on Hamas and Israel didn't give them pause. Look, here's the thing with Trump on a whole host of issues. You know where you stand with the guy, right? And that's what I think a lot of people, especially the late breakers, said, you know what? I know where I stand with him. I saw it for 4 years. I've seen the movie. I know how it's going to end. With Kamala, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. And I think that gave pause and concern to a lot of folks. For those reasons, I think it's sort of like, we'd rather go with the devil we know than the one we don't. And not trying to impugn Donald Trump or either of them, but that's just the phrase. So I think that where you saw a lot of these communities is they said, you know what, life was better under 4 years of Trump. I tweeted this out first thing this morning, Jesse. If you like the last 4 years, vote for Kamala Harris. If you like the 4 years of Donald Trump, vote for him. It was that simple of a proposition. And I think the problem is that Harris was so concerned about upsetting one group, right? So on every issue, it was like, how can I be on both sides of this issue? She didn't want to upset the far left progressives. She didn't want to upset soft Republicans that she can get into. She refused to take a position. Donald Trump, quite the opposite. He was like, this is where I stand, like it or not. But you knew it. And that's the thing, is that I think it cost her down the road, and they're going to have a lot of recriminations about this coming in the next few days and weeks. By the way, you mentioned Michigan. Real quick, obviously, yeah, thank you. It's getting late. You know, you've got two parts of Michigan that report, depending on the time zone. We're not seeing a ton in right now, only 21%. It's very tight there. We're going to see how that turns out. But this is going to be another one of those states where we'll see how this thing trickles in. But she's got to find some glimmer of hope.
Yeah, well, I'm an Ohio State fan. I've been
All right, guys, we're back with some breaking news. Decision Desk has called Georgia and its 16 electoral votes for Donald Trump. This is huge, John Rogers. You're back with us. I mean, this is big, right? This is now putting Donald Trump in the pole position almost. Right. I mean, give me some context. Yeah, they needed something, some piece of good news.
Yeah, this is a big. I mean, this is Trump going up by 2 touchdowns, and you're in the fourth quarter already, right? I mean, now the path for Harris is she almost has to win the clean sweep of the Rust Belt states. Because of the 16 votes that Georgia has in the Electoral College. You still have Nevada, but it only has 6 votes that's out there. You have Arizona with 11 votes. But I think Trump is in a good position in Arizona. So, I mean, this is huge if you're the Trump campaign. And, the Harris campaign had spent a lot of time, a lot of money. They were really trying to reassemble the coalition that Biden had been able to win. But Biden only won it by 12,000 votes 4 years ago. So it was always going to be an uphill climb. I think you have to give a lot of credit to Governor Kemp and some of the allies in state. And Trump world, Governor Kemp's world, they were able to kind of bury the hatchet, mend fences.
Yeah, that was smart, right? I mean, that Kemp operation was critical. I mean, Look, I'm not trying to say that Trump couldn't have done it, but that was a smart political move, right? Brian Kemp very popular in Georgia.
It was the party coming together. It was Trump and Kemp coming together and knowing what needed to get done and making it happen. And again, it narrows the path significantly for Kamala Harris, where she basically has to have a clean sweep in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania. And so, and it also, just talking about Georgia for a second, it sets up what I think will be an interesting discussion going into 2026, where you have John Ossoff, who's going to be up for re-election. And now the discussion is going to be, Trump was able to win Georgia statewide in 2024. Kemp won it in 2022. And the idea that Georgia was somehow a blue state, that has been proven to be a myth.
So let's just put this in context for folks. Right now, Trump has, with Georgia and North Carolina, 237 electoral votes. He's 33 short of becoming the next president of the United States. So all he has to do, like it's just, could you just go out and get me some 33 votes, is get 33 more, right? So Arizona would get him 11, and then you look at Pennsylvania. He is really in a position. And by the way, when I say that, we've not looked at, like, for example, I'm just trying to think of, a couple of these other, Iowa, for example. So that's an area where, I think we got to keep an eye on. So real quick before we move on, tell me what you're seeing Senate-wise, because I think this is going to be a big night for the Republicans in the Senate too, right?
Yeah, I think Montana. I think that John Tester is going to lose Montana. It looks like, and then in Ohio, it's really interesting because Bernie Moreno was a candidate that in the summertime it looked like he was trailing Trump's margin quite a bit, running against a popular incumbent in Brown. But it looks like that Trump is going to win Ohio with a really healthy margin, and I think you would rather be Moreno than Brown at this point, and then that would get the count to 52 Republican senators, and then depending on what happens in Pennsylvania, depending on what happens in Wisconsin, even Michigan,
Nevada, Arizona,
53, 54.
You got theoretically another 5, but it's only going up from there.
Yeah, and I think, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, you have the Rust Belt states, you obviously have Nevada, you still have Arizona, they're outstanding. But if Trump is able to win the popular vote, and along with, obviously, the Electoral College, I think you really do have to talk about this being sort of a realignment victory. And, start to look at it in terms of a 2008 victory for Barack Obama. This is, if Trump wins this, and in winning the Electoral College wins the popular vote, this is an election that is really, I think, going to be a pivot point.
Yeah. So just, is there any of the outstanding Senate races, if you had to rank them, that you would say, this is one? I think the late surge, we talk about Sam Brown in Nevada. Carrie Lake has come on strong in Arizona. I don't think there's any one of them where I couldn't, I know this sounds crazy, but I can easily see all 5 of them winning tonight.
Yeah, I would say most likely that a Republican wins to least likely if I had to rank them. I would say most likely would be Moreno in Ohio. Let's say that let's put Montana in the Republican column.
You think so? There's no,
so I would say Montana would be most likely, then Ohio, those 2. And then if I had to say next, I would probably pick McCormick in Pennsylvania.
Really? You think Dave McCormick? He's run a great campaign.
He's run a great campaign. And then I would say that I think it would be Hovde in Wisconsin would be next.
The reason I would put, by the way, at least in my opinion, I would put Hovde ahead of McCormick is because he's actually shown in at least a few polls now to be up. Mm-hmm. McCormick's surging, no question about it, running a great campaign, no question about it. But I think that Hovde is actually seems like his more wind at his back at the right time.
I think they're very tied to Trump. I think both of them, for them to win, Trump has to win, right? Yep. I don't think that they're going to be able to.
So keep going down your list. I interrupted you.
And then, right. And so then you have Hovde, and then I would say that Rogers and Lake, Rogers
in Michigan, Mike Rogers against Alyssa Slotkin.
And then Carrie Lake in Arizona. I would say that I would probably put those as like the reach right now. But
and then Sam Brown in Nevada.
Yeah, right. And Sam Brown in Nevada, I would put Sam Brown ahead of Carrie Lake.
Really?
I would put it kind of in that tier of Sam Brown, Mike Rogers, and Carrie Lake. But those are not out of the realm of possibility, right, at this point.
But that would be a huge night. And just to be clear with people, we're going to be on defense going into that next to that.
Yeah, the 2026 map is a lot tougher.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you can build a 5-6 seat majority, that puts you in a lot better place.
It does, and I think, like I said, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's still a lot of states to be called, especially the Rust Belt states. But if Trump wins the popular vote, and if you're looking at a Senate majority of 53 plus, it also means that you're going to retain the House majority. Then I really do think that you have to look at this as a really pivotal election, one of the most pivotal elections in the last quarter century.
Yeah. All right. What's the next thing we should look for?
I think the next thing, Georgia, has Georgia been called yet? I don't know if Georgia's actually been called.
Calling it for Trump.
Okay, so Georgia has been called, and then now I think that you really kind of all eyes are on Pennsylvania because it's the most electoral votes that are still up. In Wisconsin, you have 10 electoral votes. Nevada, you have 6. Arizona, you have 11. So Pennsylvania, the most outstanding votes by far. And it's also a state where this is one of those states that Joe Biden actually fit the state better than Kamala Harris did, right? Because he was the 3rd senator from Pennsylvania, all of that, the Irish Catholic kind of thing. And so she just doesn't fit the state quite as well as he does. She still could win, but a little bit more of an uphill climb.
Okay. John Rogers, Cygnal Polling, thanks for being with us. You guys have provided some amazing data to us over the cycle. So thank you guys and your firm, you for being here. Brett Buchanan, the team there at Cygnal, really enjoyed getting the information from you guys and sharing us the insights that you're seeing, not just on the head-to-head, but the demographic breakdowns. It's been super helpful. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, great to be with you.
You bet. All right, guys, we're going to continue. We've got a big night ahead. What's that? News Nation. I'm going to be on News Nation now, giving some updates there. Then we got Stephen Gardner coming up. Megyn Kelly, we're back on with her 11 o'clock, just after 11 o'clock. So just continue to stay on the stream all night long. It's going to be awesome. Stay with us. A great night ahead.
In a very long time. I think probably this was the weakest campaign, certainly the shortest campaign that Democrats have run for the presidency. But if you're asking me for one issue, and this has shown up, look, everyone's always concerned about the economy, but there are a million ways, as you know, Eric, to spin the economy, to be like, oh, but this number looks good, or that number is fine. There are ways that even in a weak economy, which we have right now, even with high inflation, which we've suffered from, you can spin it. You can't spin 10 million plus illegals coming into the country in 4 years. You can't spin
But this is the point in time where the campaigns start to try to influence the calls because they want to hold out hope. Yeah. They want to be able to preserve the idea that this isn't over yet because if they want to have challenges in other places. And Washington, D.C., Kamala Harris's headquarters right there. It is important to note that DDHQ is making their calls separate from News Nation. So this is not us. This is independent. Our executives, unlike the other cable networks, do not have any influence over when the calls are made or if they are made. So we have entrusted them and their algorithms because they've proven over time to be so good and to have a different way of looking at these races that, in a much more precise way, that they're the ones who are making the calls. And it's important, I think, to point out the difference in how that's done.
Yeah. No, it is important, especially because there is a differential in how the different networks are calling, on who they're relying upon to give them that data on when to call and how to call these races. And obviously, in the next few hours, this is going to be very crucial because we're heading up north into the blue wall, the Rust Belt states,
and they're
Pennsylvania,
big
Wisconsin,
populations.
Big
populations. They're going to come in phases. It's more of a piecemeal thing. You're going to, Connell and Leland will have to start working the map much more aggressively in terms of where remaining votes are in the counties and how they come in. But look, there's also another reality of this. Success has many fathers. Failure has one. You get a call wrong, you can explain it any way you want. It's on your watch. So we take the job very seriously, and there's a lot of responsibility involved. So let's take a break. When we come back, as the data comes in, we will continue to fill in the picture of how America moves forward. Stay with us.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Yoo-hoo! No. That is against the HOA bylaws.
Bylaws, schmylaws. We're showing where Consumer Cellular gets great coverage.
You're making everything orange.
I know, right? We use the same towers as Big Wireless, so you get the same coverage. Difference is, our plan started just $20.
No, that can't be true.
But it is.
Wow. Well, I hope you're using primer.
Do we use a primer? For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20, call.
I could lock up every door, check again just so I'm sure. Watch Ziggy from the plane. My garage I could open while I'm hiking in Wyoming if my home just had a brain. I could throw out all these copies of extra sets of house keys. They were always such a pain. I'd open and I'd close. Life would be under control if my home just had a brain.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling lets you do that. Yeah! I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels. Sling lets you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
At Fisher Investments, we may look like other money managers, but we're different.
You can't be that different.
We are. We have a team of specialists not only in investing, but also in financial and estate planning and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, and as a fiduciary, we always put their interests first.
But you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, we have a simple management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Huh.
We're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
The people assembled here at News Nation are dedicated to you. No matter which side of the aisle you're on, News Nation has you covered with all sides of the story. News Nation is news for all America. It's not a slogan, it's a promise. News at its best, with respect for all Americans. News Nation, news for all America.
All right, here we are at the News Nation's headquarters in New York, watching the results come in. For Harris and Walz, it is waiting on the blue wall. Can they hold? Or we know what the alternative is. Sean Spicer, News Nation political contributor. As you watch this election, how does it compare and contrast with 2020 and 2016 for you?
Great question. In 2016, we felt good, but everyone told us we were going to lose. We looked at the New York Times, everyone else, they said, you can't pull this out. So we felt exuberant when we ultimately won, but it was a mix of feelings. The juxtaposition going into today was the data looked really good coming out of the early vote, but we kept hearing that, you know, she was surging and Trump wasn't doing as well. So it was almost a flip of the dynamic. But as we continue to see the results come in, Chris, I feel amazing. The folks that I'm talking to at Trump headquarters down in Mar-a-Lago feel great. Everybody's still a little cautious, but everything's headed in the right direction.
But how compared to 2020, Sean, when in 2020 you guys were all celebrating at this time too, and then a couple of hours later.
No, actually, that's not. No, so the thing about 2020 is when I was checking in with the team at that time, people were sort of buying time. You know, hey, we're down, but this is what's still out. And that's a very different dynamic. There was a sense of we could still pull this out. We feel good about what's not here. So it was a sense of buying time because they didn't like what they were seeing so far. Very different from what we saw in 2016. The initial view when we saw results both in Broward County, New York, North Carolina.
Yeah.
In 2016, we were overperforming and Hillary Clinton was underperforming. In 2020, there was this sense of that we don't like where we are, but we can still pull it out. That's not a good vibe.
Hey, Sean, I want to get your reaction to the fact that, you know, even in the state, we were just talking about this during the commercial break, in Virginia, which Trump will not win, but he's overperforming by 10 points from how he did in that state last time around. And we just heard in New York City, big Democratic stronghold, Harris only got 68% of the vote in New York City, which is astounding when you think of all the people who didn't vote for her in New York City.
Yeah, I'll do you one better. In Rhode Island, where I grew up, very blue, Kamala Harris, 53%. That had been a 60% state. In New Jersey, well underperforming. We're seeing this over and over again. The trend is not good for them. There's no bright spot for them. That's a problem, right? You look, New Jersey, Rhode Island, you pointed out New York City, Virginia, Loudoun County, up in that top part of Virginia, just north of where I live.
Right.
That should be massive turnout for her. Biden got 61%. She got 56. Way underperforming there. You think about the federal workers that are there, all of the activists that live there. This should have been a huge, huge run up the score county for her in Virginia. Not so much at all. This is a big problem. And the bigger issue is that the trend, whether it's North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York City, they're not seeing a bright spot. In the exit polls out of Atlanta, Georgia, we're seeing them underperform in a lot of these key constituencies that were critical to any kind of winning coalition. There's really nothing positive they can point to today.
Well, if you think about it, Sean, there may not be anything positive Team Harris can point to.
Right now.
Right now. Although Ian Sams, the spokesperson for Harris, has put out that there's a couple of the collar counties around suburban Atlanta, exurban Atlanta, where Harris is doing better than Joe Biden. These would have been counties that you would have had a population move into after 2020 because of COVID. But that notwithstanding, you're right. And we pointed this out, that Donald Trump is way overperforming in Virginia. He's not really way overperforming in Georgia or in North Carolina, the two swing states. It's very hard to find on the map counties that he is overperforming, by whatever metric you want to use, in Pennsylvania. Still very, very close. There's a couple counties he's doing a point or two better. There's a couple of counties Kamala Harris is doing a point or two better than 2020. So I hear you. I understand why Republicans are excited. You'd rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. That said, I remember 2020, about this time of the night, when the needle was moving towards the Republicans, there were a lot of Republicans who were quite excited.
Well, yeah, but you look at where Trump was in 2020, he lost Georgia by 11,000 votes. So the idea that he's up the way he is right now by over 200,000, he is overperforming. It depends on whether your metric, your baseline is 2016 or 2020. But clearly a huge course correction from 2020. You're down 11,000 votes, now up 200,000. And these are places
Sean,
where I think
I'm going to interrupt you because you're going to want to hear this. Decision to SHU with a race call in the state of Ohio. Bernie Moreno wins the Ohio U.S. Senate general election. So you now have a pickup in West Virginia and in Ohio. And Ted Cruz held in Texas. It's still too early to formally call the U.S. Senate for the Republicans, but we're at 98, 99% chance once we get votes in from Montana, double check Nebraska. Sean, this means what?
Well, this means there's no question in my mind. Obviously, I don't have the same journalistic standard, but you think about it, Democrats had 3 seats that they were thinking that they could potentially pick up: Nebraska, Florida, and Texas. Rick Scott called early the winner there. Ted Cruz called the winner. We'll still see Nebraska. Obviously, that's the one possibility that's still out there. We have that pickup, Republican pickup, +1 in West Virginia, +1 in Ohio. I think we'll get the other +1 in Montana. That gives us a net of 3 if we hold all 3 of those Democratic ones that they were looking at. And then you still have Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I mean, to me, even if you pick up 2, you're talking about a Senate majority of 53, 54. This is going to be a big, big night for Republicans in the Senate. Again, generally speaking, Leland, when things start to break among late deciders, there's somewhat of a trend, 60-40, 70-30, somewhere in there, because they all tend to kind of coalesce around the same type of issues. It's not a homogenous group, but you tend to see it in the late breaker undecided folks going into Election Day. I don't see, how this is going to be anything other than a good night for Republicans up and down the ticket.
Well, all right. You definitely see it on the Congress side. The House we're going to have to wait for. And then, of course, it all becomes about the top of the ticket. And we're going to know within the next 30 minutes or so whether the blue wall is something that is worth watching or whether or not it just follows the underperformance trend we've seen the rest of the night. Sean Spicer, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us tonight here at News Nation.
For what it's worth, Eric Hovde in Wisconsin
confused as to why they don't start counting the mail-in ballots in advance since they have them in. Like, what's the big deal? And I talked to a woman with the RNC election integrity team in Pennsylvania, and I asked her about this, and she said, everybody thinks it would be so easy to just start counting them in advance, but by law, I have to have
They provide sustainable food, water, healthcare, education, jobs, and resources to vulnerable single mothers and widows, as well as orphans in hotspots around the world. I encourage you to use your wealth to support them, even if it's just $50 a month. Humanity's 100 Zakat policy ensures that every penny of your zakat goes directly to support these mothers and orphans. Please give your zakat and sadaqah and support One Parent by Humanity today.
when it's counted. And in a place that's as contentious as Pennsylvania, maybe this is the kind of thing that's true in the other swing states. I think that the burden is so heavy on them to make sure their count is accurate, that they have so many rules to follow. So maybe it has something to do with that, with just the red tape of procedure.
Yeah. Okay. Final thing, and then we've got Sean Spicer coming on. I really appreciate you stopping by. You probably saw this. We started the night over on Polymarket, the betting website, $3.2 billion on the line with this election. Trump was at 58% to win. Now he's at 93. Your thoughts on people jumping ship from Harris? I mean, the night's not even over, and they're trying to get their money back on this lady.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? You also had the stock market had a big jump, and Bitcoin had a big jump. I think that what this shows us is that Trump is far more trusted when it comes to economic matters. In terms of the betting markets, yeah, that's something that I don't follow too closely because it just seems so haphazard and crazy that I don't really trust it for anything. I know a lot of people really do. But I think these people are probably seeing the Times, the AP, Decision Desk, and the way that this is leading. And I think they're probably, making a much safer bet than they would be leaving their money on Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Libby, thank you so much for coming on. I hope you'll come on the show again here soon, hopefully with a Donald Trump win. But I always value your feedback. I find you to be a intelligent, powerful, incredible woman, unlike Mark Cuban saying that there's just weak, stupid women. I have not found that to be true, and I really value you coming on. I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Thanks so much. You too, Stephen.
Thanks. All right. Things just continue to heat up for Donald Trump, and we'll be bringing on our next guest here. It's Sean Spicer. Let me bring him on to the show right now. And we just have a great lineup for you. Sean, are you there?
I am, Stephen. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for coming on. What do you make of this night? It just seems that the momentum is in Donald Trump's favor, although we don't have California in yet.
Look, here's the thing. When you look at every state, New Jersey, Rhode Island, New York City, Virginia, Donald Trump is overperforming. Kamala Harris is underperforming. That's the bottom line. That's the big takeaway. I think for a large part, Stephen, you and I have talked about this a little in the past, the media has a lot of egg on its face. I was just being told by the team here that Iowa has been called for Donald Trump. He's up heavily there. Everyone who bought into that Iowa poll the other day owes us an apology. And I looking over and over again at these states. This is not just going to be a big night for Donald Trump, but Ohio was just called for Bernie Moreno, right? So this gets us basically, I think we can guarantee a Republican majority, and it's only going to get better from that. This is a big night for Donald Trump and the Republican ticket, and the media is going to try to explain why they screwed this up so bad. I tweeted this out this morning. You should think about, if you're not watching Stephen Gardner, if you're not watching Sean Spicer, think about where you're getting your news starting tomorrow. Because this was obvious for a lot of us who were calling it, who were talking about where Donald Trump was doing well, the constituencies that he was attracting to this campaign, and they ignored it. The mainstream legacy left-wing media kept making excuses why it wouldn't be true. You look at an exit poll out of Georgia showing 25% of black men were with Trump today. That's devastating. They refused to accept that kind of stuff, saying it was an aberration, that it was just a made-up talking point. Tonight, once again, we just showed how out of touch the left-wing legacy media folks are.
Yeah. Okay, let me, you can see my screen here, I hope, but, they tried to call Iowa last minute. They pull this audible and they say, Kamala Harris is going to win Iowa. And then like an hour later, Emerson puts out saying, no, he's up by 10.5. What are you talking about? Do you think that was a lie? Do you think that maybe they overpolled on Democrats and they believed that was truthful? Or were they trying to create a narrative of some of these strongholds flipping to Kamala?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. You know, I told this story to folks after 2016. I'll tell it again. After the 2016 election, as we were preparing for the transition, we got called by literally the most senior people at NBC News, and they wanted to meet. We went down, had this powwow with them. And they said, look, we'll admit it, we missed it. And their answer, their resolve was, we need to go out and establish pop-up bureaus in what they called flyover country to understand the Trump voter, like somehow it was a zoo and we were going to look at animals. You know, we need to understand you folks. And that's the problem, is that there's a lack of understanding, a lack of trying to understand. They live in a bubble. They don't want to acknowledge that there's another side out there. And I think Donald Trump and the Republican majority that I think will cement tonight has made it very clear that a lot of Americans didn't like the direction that the country was going in, and when given a choice, chose to go with the conservative alternative.
Yeah. Okay, so the numbers out right now, Donald Trump 214 with 50 million votes. Kamala Harris 179 with 44 million, but that's including California. Does she have a path to 270 with Oregon and Nevada and Colorado, New Mexico, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, yes. I mean, it's sort of like, do you remember that movie Dumb and Dumber when Jim Carrey's character asked, I think her name was Mary, you know, if there's a chance that they'll go out, and she says 1 in a million, and he goes, so there's a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance she could pull this out. She could run the table, but that would defy all of the data that we're seeing. If you barely win New Jersey, if you barely win Rhode Island, if you're down significantly in New York City, it's hard to say, but I tell you what, the entire trend is going to reverse itself, and we're going to crush it in Michigan and Wisconsin. So sure, there's a chance, but the probability just doesn't look strong.
So does Trump pick up those Rust Belt states again then?
I think so. Look, they tend to vote together, but just because the late breaking folks tend to trend together. So I think you win one, you win them all, but it doesn't matter. All he has to do is win one, and he wins.
Okay. What are you hearing about Nevada? Because, you know, I've read that it could go to him. I've also read that no, it's going to end up. Harry Reid has built such a Democrat stronghold that it's going to remain blue.
Yeah, your intel is exactly the concern, right? And I'm just double checking because I think we do. Nevada comes in late, 10 o'clock. I think generally they hold the data for a while. We should be getting some kind of update soon. But your analysis is spot on, right? They have built in this machine in Clark County, where Vegas is, to vote on Election Day with the unions. But Republicans have not done as well as they have in the early vote. So I still am bullish on it, and I think everybody that's looked at it says it's going to be close. I think Trump pulls this thing out in Nevada.
Okay. I'm showing here on the screen, Donald Trump wins Florida and flips deep blue stronghold held by Democrats. I'm just trying to see what part of Florida. I mean, well,
he crushed it in Miami-Dade.
Okay.
Right? I mean, he crushed it down there, and that's big. Again, look at the trends. It wasn't just that he eked out a victory. Remember, it wasn't not too long ago, 2000, when we had a 237 vote win for Bush v. Gore. We've now moved all the way to the point where we're running up the score in Florida. This is going to be a great night for the folks there.
Yeah. Well, it used to be, you know, you take Florida and Ohio and you were guaranteed the presidency. I assume they still hold quite a bit of sway, but are they so far red now that Florida is kind of like the new California?
Look, it continues to grow, so it wasn't a blip. We keep seeing it get stronger and stronger for Donald Trump. 97% reporting, 56.2 return there. That's significant. You know, he keeps growing stronger. They had said that Rick Scott, the senator there, was a target. That race was called from him. He's at 56%. This is going to be big in that state to see. I mean, look, the trend just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's with a lot of the groups. Hispanics voting for Trump. This is a big deal. That, you know, if there's a big chunk of Puerto Ricans in the I-4 corridor, so you got to ask yourself. The media told us that Puerto Ricans were going to be a huge deal. We'll have to see, but at least seemingly right out of Florida, it doesn't seem like that was that big of a deal there. And if that was how they were going to try to use those issues to go after the ones in Pennsylvania, where there's, 200 to 300,000 there, I just don't see how they would vote that differently. Obviously, it's not monolithic, but I'm just saying, I don't think this portends well in terms of a trend for the Democrats.
Okay. I mean, the march is towards 270 electoral votes, whether Trump can get the popular vote or not. An hour ago, I read that there was panic, yelling at the Kamala Harris party. I'm reading right here, battleground state, still too close to call, but Trump is hopeful and pollsters sound dire warning for Kamala Harris. What do you think the mood is at the Kamala Harris election office right now? What do you think she's thinking right now?
You know, somebody asked me, is there any good news that you could think of for the Harris folks? And the only thing I can think of is that there's a bar at their Wilmington headquarters that's got a shorter line in the back. I mean, that's the only bright spot that might exist for the Harris team right now, is the line at the bar in that ballroom. Because people are going to start leaving soon. I'm here at the Heritage Foundation, broadcasting with a lot of other independent journalists. There's a party going on downstairs. I hear a lot of yells 3 floors below me. People are excited here. They're happy here. I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of happy, cheery faces in Wilmington tonight.
Okay. And then what do you think is going on at Mar-a-Lago right now? I know they're not ready to declare victory, but I imagine the mood is optimistic and positive.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to check in with them as we speak. I feel like, look, they're cautious. I think you used that phrase. They're cautiously optimistic, and so I think that they see the trends. Obviously, you know, we said before, is there a path for her? And they know it. They want it. They don't want to get out too far in front of it. But it's a good night. I was with President Trump 2016. He didn't declare victory until 2:39 a.m. I don't think there's a rush. That's 3.5 hours from now. So I think that there's, you know, the way that they're viewing this is, I don't think Trump normally goes to bed by then anyway. So he's like, oh, we got plenty of time. Let's enjoy ourselves.
Okay. Interesting. You've been through this before. Do you think he gets to 270 tonight, and even if it's in the middle of the night, can declare? Or do you think they're going to say, well, we're going to hold off on results in Pennsylvania, we're going to hold off on results in Arizona, and we're not going to get those final, 10 or 20 electoral votes to have someone officially declared president tonight?
It's a great question, because I'm trying to pull some of this stuff up as we talk. I think Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are the 2 states that have pretty much been trying to tell us, we can't do this tonight. We've got a yoga class in the morning we have to go to, as if there's something more important. I think Pennsylvania's how hard, they've said that they're going to try to stay all night or not stop counting like they did in 2020. I think at some point the question is, if the trend is looking in Trump's direction like it is, it's going to be harder to stop the way that they did in 2020. In Wisconsin, it might be a late night. They batch their votes. So we're going to see, we'll see how this works, but I think it does feel good. I just don't know, to your question, whether it's tonight. It's really early. I think we might know in Wisconsin. The upside is if Trump takes Arizona, which I feel good about, then he only needs to win one of those blue wall states, right? And one of the 3, I think, breaks his way. So, fundamentally, to the heart of your question, can he get to 270 tonight? I think so. It just may be 3, 4 a.m.
Okay. Interesting. Trump has said between now and January 20th, he wants to get this Russia-Ukraine war ended. He wants to quit committing American tax dollars to a losing war that should never have happened. He's also said the first phone call he wants to make when he gets back in the Oval Office is to Mexico, and that he is going to basically listen, you end this invasion on America right now, or I'm going to make your life a living hell. How do you see that conversation going with the president of Mexico?
That's a good question. Here's what I will tell you. President Trump, based on having gone through this before, I think he's going to come in a lot more focused with, here's my agenda, it's vetted, here are the policies, it's vetted, here are some of the key personnel. We were building the plane in midair last time. That's not going to happen this time. So I think when it comes to Mexico, in border security, especially where we've come since he left office, you're going to see a lot of action. I think they're going to spend between, tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, and then January 20th, getting ready for that day. I don't know about the first call, Stephen, but I will tell you that that border is going to see a big adjustment. When I went down to the border for the first time a couple weeks ago now, and it was mind-boggling. I wanted to see it from my own eyes, and I'm looking to the right and to the left. I was there, and it was just piles and piles of fencing that had been sitting there since January 20th when Joe Biden took office. He had basically said, stop work. It was like, when you go to one of those construction sites and they put the sticker on, it was like time had stopped still. And I think Donald Trump's going to go get the hammers, get the drills, get the cranes. We're building again.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I know, he's going to definitely use executive orders to his advantage. Probably immediately reversing most of Biden's terrible policies, just like Biden did to Trump. You mentioned building the airplane mid-flight, like you guys were kind of flying by the seat of your pants. My understanding is he has a transition team now, and it's being built out. Do you see that being just a powerhouse team ready to go with an America First agenda at the forefront of everything they do?
Yeah, look, there were a lot of people in 2016 that went into the Trump administration, I'll phrase this carefully, for the wrong reasons. They didn't understand that it was Donald Trump's election, and I think he assumed that people understood that. And I think this time it's different. It's, they're making it very clear that you understand his agenda, his priorities. If you don't want to play the game, don't come. And so I think you're going to see a much more focused effort to enact the agenda.
Okay. On the Joe Rogan podcast, he talked about using tariffs in order to make America strong again. Do you think the Democrats are going to fight him tooth and nail on using that executive authority to put tariffs in place in order to level the playing field and bring companies back to America, real wage growth again? What are your thoughts on that?
It's an interesting question because as much as they deride some of what he's talked about with tariffs, look at what this current administration has done vis-a-vis China. They kept a lot of it in place. So they like to talk about how stupid the idea is, but then they've kept it, right? So I don't know. I think that it's interesting because, like I said, it's going to make a hard argument when you say, well, wait a second, the Biden administration kept a lot of the policies in place that Donald Trump had put during his administration, and now suddenly they're stupid. It's going to be a hard argument to make. So I will be interested in how that plays out.
Okay. You've probably been watching the betting markets. I've read that, the bookers are better than the pollsters, right? We started out the night at 58% for Trump. It's now at 94%. As the night goes on, Decision Desk HQ, New York Times, Fox News, all these decision desks putting out answers. To me, this looks like a Donald Trump win, just based on, if there's that saying, follow the money. You follow the money, it is a magnet right to Donald Trump.
Yeah, look, I don't mean to burst your bubble. I'm not a big fan of, I think the betting markets are fun. I enjoy them. I find them entertaining. I use a betting market called Kalshi that has been a sponsor of my show. I like it, but in that fun and entertainment view, to me, I look at the data. And the data right now shows Trump winning. And I mean, I know sometimes it catches up. It's like the New York Times. It starts off, Donald Trump has a 1% chance of winning, and then by the end of the night, it's like he has a 90, because at some point the data just can't be overcome. And I think what they're seeing is the results coming in and the votes and the trends the way they are, right? When you're barely winning New Jersey and Rhode Island, I don't think it takes a betting market to tell you that she's not having a good night, and he is. So I feel very buoyed about Trump's chances, but more because of the data that I'm looking at.
Okay. There's a pollster by the name of John McLaughlin. McLaughlin, excuse me. So he works very closely with Donald Trump. He's one of his more trusted data collectors. He said last night on the Bill O'Reilly show, he believes that Trump will win. He believes that Republicans will take back the Senate and increase their position in the House of Representatives. Do you believe that that is true and accurate?
Yeah. Look, John and Jim McLaughlin, who they appear on our show quite often, really good pollsters. They do a lot of work in the House, in these House races, as well as some of the Senate races as well. So it's not just Trump. So they really have a great view of what's going on up and down the ballot. I will tell you, like, they just called Ohio Bernie Moreno defeating Sherrod Brown there in Ohio. We already picked up West Virginia. I believe Tim Sheehy will win in Montana. That gets us 52. And then you got everything from Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania still to go. This could be a really, really good night for Republicans in the Senate. On the House side, look, again, based off what I was telling you, these House guys, I think, are going to end up having a really good night. The key states where the House is going to get swung in California and in New York, so far the polling going into tonight showed them in really good position.
Okay, let's talk about the Senate for a minute. You mentioned Bernie Moreno. I was lucky enough to have him on my show. Do you think the people of Ohio voted for him because of the Trump endorsement? Do you think that they got sick and tired of this lifelong Sherrod Brown basically milking the taxpayer and the government for a job? He's never had a real job. Or do you think it was a combination of both?
Yeah, I think it's all of the above. I think Donald Trump is huge. That endorsement mattered. Bernie Moreno played this smart. If you remember last cycle, I don't mean to go back, but ironically, it was J.D. Vance that was running. Bernie Moreno got out of that race. There was a ton of people. Matt Dolan was in the race. A lot of Jane Timken, a lot of people in that race when J.D. Vance ended up becoming the nominee and winning. Bernie Moreno went down to Mar-a-Lago, said to President Trump, look, I want to run. He's a very successful businessman, but he wanted to get out of the way because Trump was going to endorse J.D. Vance, and said, hey, I'll wait my turn. A really smart political move on Bernie Moreno's behalf. And he comes back, and then a lot of people, J.D. Vance and others, said, you know what? Bernie Moreno played it smart. He played it well. And they repaid the favor this cycle, and everyone got behind him. He's a really successful businessman to begin with, but he's also, a smart political guy, and tonight proved that. So I think, kudos for and obviously, to your point, Sherrod Brown has been able to play the shtick. He wears the rumpled suit around, Washington, D.C. and plays like this, oh, shucks, I'm a common man guy. I think people got tired of the shtick and the excuses and wanted results. And I think Bernie Moreno presented this successful businessman. It's not just a successful businessman. He's an immigrant to this country, really built a great business, had a great family. And I think it was time. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed having him on. Boy, what wisdom to say, I'm going to sit this one out and wait my turn. I wish Governor Ron DeSantis had done the same thing. He kind of shot himself in the foot.
It's tough to do that. It was different. I mean, just in sort of defense, I think Bernie Moreno knew, hey, it's only 2 years till I have to wait. I'm not in office, so I have nothing to lose. Whereas I think DeSantis said, hey, I'll be out of office the next time this opportunity comes around. So just from a political standpoint, I understand why he did what he did.
Okay, interesting. I appreciate that insight. Looks like Idaho has just gone for Trump. That's probably totally expected. That whole area is very pivotal. Utah, Idaho, Montana, parts of Nevada, Arizona. Do you think that we will get an answer out of Arizona, or are they going to take 7 to 10 days to count votes in Maricopa County like last time?
I do think we're going to get one. I think they've made they still have some problems. Don't get me wrong, but I think they've made some progress, and we should know tonight.
Okay, that's good. I really hope that happens. I don't know if you saw this or not, but you have Jill Biden goes out to vote today, and she's in like the brightest Republican red bodysuit you've ever seen. Like, was that just poor planning, or is she maybe signaling that they're mad at Kamala? I don't know.
Here's what I'll say. I don't want to overread something, but I think they are smart politically. So, I guess my point is that those are the small little subtle things that somebody would point out to you and say, this might not look the image that you're giving off the vibe, as the Dems like to say. So I don't know, but I would tell you that wasn't the smartest move.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for coming on. I know you're extremely busy. You've got your own show. Make sure to
anytime for you. I always appreciate everything that you've done for me and the growth of this show. You're a leader in the independent media movement. And your audience has always been amazing to be with. They're so loyal to you. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Sean Spicer, check out the Sean Spicer Show. Really great information. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you again for coming on.
Thanks, Stephen. Good to see you.
Okay, bye. All right. Well, the night continues to march on. We're at 3 hours, my longest show ever.
Turns out the way it looks like, which is Trump is going to have an extremely good night, win the popular vote. They pick up all these Senate seats. It is hard to see Democrats holding the House. Not impossible, but it's hard. And there's going to be a lot of soul searching in the party. And I think, as you guys were talking about, just a minute ago, one of the things the party's going to have to wrestle with is the animating principle the last 5 years has been denying Trump office. It's why Joe Biden said he ran in 2020, he was disgusted with Trump. It was why he ran again, because he thought he was the only one who could beat him. And, Harris really settled the last 3 weeks on just why you should hate Trump. And that clearly didn't work. And Trump has grown stronger on policy appeal. And the party has to come to grips with it and figure out its own appeal to voters.
Well, that's a very interesting point. So does that mean, before I go to Mark, in your view, if Trump wins this with that kind of a Senate and possibly controlling the House, that the Democrats will stop with the lawfare and the constant attacking of him as this Hitler-esque figure, because they'll receive the message that the electorate doesn't want to hear that and doesn't buy that?
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely. I mean, just in the last few weeks on our own show, young women who are pro-choice coming on in groups, not just by chance, not because we had a plan that day. I'm for Trump because of other issues. Black men coming on. I am for Trump for other issues. It's this like, let me scare the bejesus out of you over how awful, he's a racist, he's a misogynist, all of this. And yet people are attracted to Trump because of the economy or his views on immigration or his views on foreign.
But do you think, Dan, you really think the Democrats can reel it in? I feel like it's too important to them to stop saying it.
If you want to win, you will. And look, there will be some, we are a big party, that will say we need to double down on that. And I think there will be others who will see, yes. And there will be others who will see that that is a just recipe for disaster.
Okay, Mark, let me bring you in. Your reaction to what we're seeing so far.
Well, the Democratic Party will blame Joe Biden first and Kamala Harris second. And there's no reason to think they'll do any soul searching. There's almost no one in the party who's been the least bit outspoken about the dynamics that have led up to this. The attempts to eliminate Donald Trump rather than appeal to his supporters. The failure to stop the party from moving to the hard left. The failure to be honest about Joe Biden's mental capacities going back to 2017. The failures to find a way to effectively stop Kamala Harris from being the nominee without any fight. And I think most profoundly, the failure to see that the party is on so many issues out of step with the country, while they accuse Donald Trump of solely appealing to the quote unquote extreme MAGA base, when immigration, inflation, the forever wars, some of the cultural issues are not about the extreme MAGA base. They're about 70% plus of the country.
What are we seeing so far about the reasons this is happening, Mark? Have you seen that? And do you believe what you read at this point in the exit polls? Because, you know, the voters will tell us why they're voting the way they are.
I don't like treating the exit polls like the Rosetta Stone, because I used to work on the exit polls and I know that they're not that. But directionally, all the things that Donald Trump and his team said they would do, appeal to young voters, Hispanic voters, young Black men, independent voters. I suspect eventually we'll see labor households. All that is part of why he won. And I think the transformation, the realignment of this election, if the exit polls are even close to correct, is much more profound than what happened in 2016 when he turned the Republican Party into the party of the white working class. Now it's the party of the white working class, Black working class, Hispanic working class, young voters, independents. That's a big realignment. And there's no one in the Democratic Party who's close to the generational talent of Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, the two people who found a way to reimagine the Democratic Party to deal with the Republican strength. And if he does win the popular vote, and he may, it's going to be both symbolically and substantively significant in a way that, again, a talent like a Bill Clinton or Barack Obama could grapple with. I don't see its soul in the Democratic Party. And the first thing they'd have to do is stand up to the far left. And the far left calls the shots in the Democratic Party, which is a big reason why they found themselves where they are right now.
It'll also be the greatest political comeback of all time. The greatest political comeback of all time.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, everybody agrees on that.
Getting shot along the way.
Yeah, my God. Sean, to Mark's point, some of the exit poll data showing that men under 30, they're tied. They're tied. Harris and Trump, 48 and 47. So, but that's good. That's good for Trump because people under 30 tend to vote Democrat. But the fact that Trump's keeping it tied is to his credit. And she's crushing him with women under 30. She's got 62%. He's got 36%. But she's not doing much better than Biden did. They're about the same. So in other words, she pulled Biden's same margins with young women. And she is doing worse with young men than Biden was. Biden won this group by 11 points. She's tied with Trump. The men across the board did show up. That's what we're seeing. And the rise of the women, you know, the girl power they're running, it's not being reflected in these numbers.
Yeah, look, here's a couple of things that I think are going to be interesting. In 2016, when we partnered, the RNC partnered with the Trump campaign, the media derided it and said, well, no one's ever operated like this before. This can't possibly work. We pulled out a winning coalition. This time, everyone said the Trump campaign outsourced its ground game. There's no way this can work. We're seeing, as you just pointed out, the key coalitions, the key constituencies showed up and turned out, right? Look at this, just as a side note, I know you talked about this earlier in the show, but you're seeing this throughout. New Hampshire, she's at 51%, Rhode Island, 53%, I talked about that earlier, Virginia, 50 to 48%. She's underperforming everywhere. But I think you touched on this earlier, Megyn, I just want people to understand where we've been misled. The Iowa poll came out the other day saying that Kamala Harris was up 3, and every left-wing legacy outlet put them on as if it was gospel truth and this massive trend. Do you know what Trump is up right now? 12 points. He's outperforming where he did in 2020. He was at +8 then. He's at +12 right now with 80% in Iowa.
Emerson got it.
The people who bought into that poll owe the American people an apology. The methodology didn't look good from the jump, but the media was so into hating Donald Trump that they were willing to buy anything. That was as much misinformation as we talk about. They love to talk about this being spread. We're going to be talking about this. I know there's a lot of stuff on the left that we can talk about where that campaign went wrong, but the media has another big need to look at itself and how it covers elections and how it covers the right. Because we're not just seeing Donald Trump,
and
we're
by
going
the
to see,
way,
I think, a good-sized Senate majority.
By the way, Sean Davis of the Federalist, I think, he just tweeted out, Puerto Rico just elected a Republican governor. Everyone who told you a comedian's joke was going to tip the presidential election is a liar who thinks you're stupid. Bookmark every person who hyperventilated about that and vow to ignore them forever. It's funny. I mean, I said on the show, I thought the whole thing was too brotastic, which I stand by, but that I wasn't offended by that guy's joke. I do think, look, Trump did not behave perfectly over the last week. It wasn't his problem so much at that rally as it was those around him. But Trump was his normal self. However, what we're seeing, as with so much with Trump, is it didn't hurt him. People, their opinions of him are already baked. That cake's been in the oven and it's already nice and tasty. So what's going to happen, Dan, if Trump wins this and the Republicans have 55 Senate seats and take the House? What does the left start saying? What are we going to hear on MSNBC?
Well, I think you've already heard a little bit of this in the last few weeks when Bernie Sanders went public, that he was a little upset that Harris was spending time with Liz Cheney. And he argued that what Harris needed to be doing was focusing on working class voters. And I think you're going to hear part of the left say that part of the Democratic base has left for Donald Trump. Mark alluded to it. This realignment, people of color in the working class are now, in Trump's camp, and that the party was not left enough. And you will have people like AOC and others who are thinking about the president who are going to come out and say that Harris has moved to the middle, her willingness to not take a stand, even on the trans rights issues and this issue of the surgeries. There were Democrats who were like, she needs to come out and proudly plant the flag, right? And she said kind of nothing, like, I'll just enforce the law. And she tried to kind of have it both ways. So I think the left, there will definitely be a segment that said that she was not proudly progressive enough. And that is why the base of the party has left for Trump. I don't agree with that.
Yes. I mean, given the amount of millions that Trump spent on those NFL ads, I mean, that he hurt her for sure. Those ads hurt her. And the great thing about those ads was they were 100% true. She did exactly what they said she did. Then she later said, oh, well, Trump did it too. I mean, we did a deep fact check on that. The readers know the listeners know I'm very, very on to this subject. But what happened was Barack Obama changed the prison policy to require that taxpayers pay for sex change operations and procedures. Trump got in there and his administration said, what? And tried to limit the existing policy while they challenged it in court. No one received such a surgery under Trump. One guy who murdered 2 people by tying them to an anchor and throwing them overboard of their boat, who was in California prison awaiting the death penalty, I think, got the surgery after Trump left office. And she tried to say, he did it too. He did it too. Meanwhile, she actively worked to change the policy in California to provide these taxpayer-funded sex change operations. She did it. That's why she couldn't effectively deny it. And people can smell it. When you tell a lie, when you try to dodge, when you try to do he did it too, without being straight, they can smell it. Guys from Two-Way, thank you all very much. So interesting. See you guys later. You guys stand by 1 second because we're going to bring in our legal panel to dive into what the next few
All right, guys, I want to welcome you back. Hans is back with us. Thanks for being with us on the panel today. First of all, have you been downstairs to the big party?
Yeah, it was full of people.
It was full of people. How are they? I mean, I can hear them. The floor. We're on the third floor here in this studio. I have heard a couple. I mean, the floor reverberates.
Yeah, no, people are very excited because all the indications are, including, you know, the New York Times has this meter in which they predict who's going to win.
You got to think that guy at the New York Times, he's pushing them. I mean, I know it's electronic, but he's like, no, I don't want to push that for Trump.
Right.
Actually, I'll look right now, but let me just ask you, your wheelhouse, you are the nation's foremost expert when it comes to election integrity, election reform efforts. Is there anything that you're seeing in any of the states that concerns you right now?
I have not seen anything major going on that would concern me. Now, that doesn't mean that we may not find out something tomorrow, but at the moment, no.
Okay, that's a good thing, right?
It is a good thing.
When you think about contextually the last couple cycles, when you're sitting here at 11:39 p.m. in 2020, 2016, go back, 2012, were there things people calling you saying, Hans, I want you to be aware there's a problem here, or you're seeing something?
Yeah, I mean, remember, look, in Atlanta, they were shutting things down and saying we're not going to count anymore at this time of the evening. You had poll observers being shut out in places like Detroit and Philly, and we're not really seeing that tonight.
By the way, I'm looking, you'd flagged this for me, so I couldn't help but look. Normally I don't care about what the New York Times has to say, but I'm looking at this right now. The meter it's got Trump estimated at 299 electoral votes.
Right.
The likelihood of a Trump victory, like if it goes from blue to red, just sort of people, I don't want you to go look at it. Don't give them the clicks. I'll do it for you, right? If this is Harris, it's all the way over here.
Right.
I mean, that's got to be killing them.
It is. I'm sure they're going to have hysterical meltdowns if it actually goes that way. But look,
but you got to admit they're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They're
they're not.
Right. I mean, this is going in a way because it is. I mean, they have to at some point admit reality.
Right. I mean, because they're combining everything from the vote total so far to exit polling to all the other indications as to which way they think the election is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this is amazing to watch this. I'm literally screenshotting it because I don't want to. I want to make sure that we remember this in the future. Because it's got to just kill them. What are you, as someone who's spent a lot of election nights looking at stuff? Is there anything that you're waiting with bated breath right now to see how it turns out? Is there one thing that you want to point out that says, hey, keep an eye on this?
Well, look, the big cities that are Democratic strongholds in places like Philadelphia, so that's Pennsylvania, right?
Okay.
Detroit, in Michigan, Wisconsin, the whole Madison area, Dane County. I mean, those are the places that will get their counting done probably last, and I get concerned about those particular locations. Philadelphia that has a terrible history when it comes to
we do. I mean, we need to stay vigilant.
We need to stay very vigilant.
And are we in a better place? I asked you this before in terms of election reform, but in terms of poll watching, are we in a better place now than we have been in the past?
Yes, because both the Trump campaign and the RNC and a lot of actually grassroots organizations that sprang up after the 2020 election, they have put in a massive effort to not only recruit poll watchers, but to recruit people to actually work as poll officials at the polling places. And there are probably significantly more Republicans involved in that in this election than have ever been.
Sometimes when you win, things fall by the wayside that need correcting, okay? It just happens. We talked earlier today on the show about the SAVE Act. House Republicans made it a big deal. Democrats control the Senate. We knew they weren't going to take it up because they don't want to. And frankly, President Biden was never going to sign that into law because they want folks, illegals, to vote. How important is it to bang the drum and to make sure that the Republican House and what I pretty much can guarantee is a Republican Senate get that bill early and push it on to President Trump's desk?
I think that should be one of their #1 priorities. The very same way, if you'll recall, what the first bill was, it was signed by Bill Clinton when he came into office. the National Voter Registration Act, motor voter.
Motor voter.
The Democrats realized that was a priority for them, and I think Republicans need to understand, frankly, anybody who wants clean, honest elections need to understand that those bills, the SAVE Act, the ACE Act, they've got to be passed to keep aliens out of our election
I was going to say to you,
process.
I'm glad you put it that way, because I was going to say it's hand in hand with border security.
Yes,
if you want to protect the
absolutely.
country, you've got to make sure that not only are people not coming, but then they're not coming and voting, right?
Right.
Okay. Appreciate that. All right, guys, thank you for being here earlier. I know you're staying up with us. Thank you for that. Guys, real quick, here's what we're going to do. We are going to, I think, give you the first. We're going to show you what's going on over there. Then I'm going to join them back in just a few minutes. You can watch the coverage on the first. The stream stays. So if you're watching on the stream, just keep watching. You'll see all my colleagues there continue to give us updates. I will be back in just a minute on the first with them. So stay on the stream. We're going to continue to go for as long as we can tonight. Hopefully get a victory out of this. We're watching some of these key battleground states continue to get precincts coming in, which hopefully will get us closer to a call in some of them. So stay with us, stay on the stream. We're going to keep broadcasting. We'll go to the first, and then I will join them in progress. Stick with us. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
2016 and beyond for the next 4 years, it was very clear that this was a nation not to be trifled with. His appointment of Nikki Haley as secretary to the UN, I think, was a brilliant move. He was very clear about the fact that we were not a nation to be trifled with. My hope is that if he is reelected, he will reestablish that particular strength of stance.
All right, I'm going to leave it right there. Steve Yates, Sarah Parshall-Perry, both from the Heritage Foundation. Thank you very much for your participation tonight. All right, folks, we'll be right back. Quick break.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
I hope I'm holding that. Is that it? Go ahead. Okay. It's out. Turn it outside. Turn on the side.
All right, that video is very scary, and it shows that we need a wake-up call, America. Thousands of lives are lost each year to choking incidents. It's something that affects everyone, men, women, young, the elderly. The good news is that there is a solution. The anti-choking revolutionary device LifeVac was invented by Arthur Lee. He joins us now. Arthur, thanks for being here and for saving thousands of lives and counting.
Sean, thank you so much for having me. It means the world to me because by getting the message out, we're going to save more lives.
All right, so Art, I got to ask you, what made you want to invent the LifeVac?
I was visiting a friend in the hospital, and he pointed over at a gurney. He said, last time I was here, there was a 7-year-old on that gurney that had choked to death. My daughter was 7, so my old senses perked up. So now I had the dilemma of saying, I need to do something for my daughter.
Let me ask you this. In the event of a choking accident, though, how long do we have to react?
You really got a few minutes. I mean, anywhere from 4 to 8 is going to cause death or irreversible damage.
Choking incidents result in over 100,000 visits to the emergency room every year and 5,000 deaths. LifeVac comes with a practice mask and easy-to-use instructions.
It's just a plunger. It goes over the face. You push it and you pull it. And that pop is the suction removing it.
It's that easy to potentially save a life, and it comes with a lifetime guarantee. It's made here in the United States, and if you ever have to use it, it will be replaced for free. LifeVac is already being used in every Costco, every Norwegian cruise, and thousands of fast food restaurants around the country. Arthur, let me ask you this. Where do most choking incidents occur?
Well, really in the home. Kids, I think we pulled out 300 different things, toys and plastic and batteries. I'll never regret having a LifeVac.
LifeVac has saved so many lives here in the United States, but as I understand it, it's also saved lives in 27 countries around the world. Your invention has given thousands of people a second chance at life. That's got to make you feel great.
The gratitude I get from a life saved. I had a loss, and I know what it's like to be life-changed in a second. And you have to live with that the rest of your life. That's the beauty of what I do. They don't have to have that. They don't have to live with that.
All right, Arthur, tell our viewers one more time where they can get LifeVac.
The best place to get a LifeVac is lifevac.net. We give one free to every school in America, so if you don't have one in your school, contact us. We'll give it to you.
All right, Arthur, thanks for being here and for saving so many lives. All right, America, it's up to you. You probably have a fire extinguisher, a first aid kit. Now you need a LifeVac because it could save a life.
Do you owe over $10,000 in back taxes? Kevin Sorbo here with an important message. The Biden administration has proposed an $80 billion plan to boost IRS collections. This means they could garnish your wages, levy your bank account, and even seize your property. Tax Network USA, a trusted tax firm, can help protect your income and assets today while quickly settling your tax debt. But you have to act now while you still have options. Call Tax Network USA today.
We can.
Putin's army has unleashed unthinkable evil since invading Ukraine, torturing Christian leaders, destroying churches, and burning Bibles, kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children and holding them hostage in Russia, brutally assaulting and raping women of all ages. Freedom and democracy are under attack, and Ukraine is the front line. Freedom isn't free.
Kamala Harris, state of Virginia, the swing state. Not a huge surprise, 13 electoral votes. Kamala Harris locks down the swing state. And again, earlier we called North Carolina for Donald Trump. By the way, before we get into the segment, Georgia right now, we understand, is 95% of the vote tallied. Trump has a 3-point lead. That's quite a bit. 95 in, we can't call it yet. And get this, folks, in Pennsylvania, major swing state, 19 electoral votes, probably the most important state in this whole evening, 82% of the vote in. Trump has a 4-point lead in Pennsylvania. That's huge. That is huge. Now, we don't know if that's the provisional ballots. We don't know if it's the early mail-in ballots, if they're counted in that 82% yet or not. We will let you know when that's a callable state. Let's bring in Brianna Lyman and Carly Bird, both very, very important electoral watchers. Brianna, let me start with you because, well, if I may, let me switch it to Carly only because they're telling me Carly is very interested in that state of Virginia race. Tell us what you saw, what you think, what happened in Virginia.
So Virginia is my home state. I'm in Virginia Beach, and that was a county that was swinging for Donald Trump. I don't know where it ended up. And you saw Donald Trump performing or outperforming himself in Northern Virginia. This is a state that should never have been in the conversation if you're Kamala Harris. This is a state that has gone blue for, gosh, I don't even know how long before. And now you're talking about Trump potentially winning. I know you guys just called it, but again, if you're Kamala Harris's team, this is a bad sign. I saw that a memo was sent before 11 p.m. by the campaign manager to staff that they then leaked to the press. All that is the tactic to get them out of talking to the media for the rest of the night. So now they're closing their doors, they're burying the hatches. It's not a good night over there when you're talking about Virginia potentially, or you're talking about Trump outperforming in margins in Virginia. Wow. I mean, that is just not a good sign for them. And then again, for them to leak that memo to the press and get themselves off the hook for the rest of the night, basically talking to the media. And it's a very different story over in Florida with the Trump headquarters. So that should tell you something.
Yeah, and Brianna, so these early, when you have 25, 30, 35% of the vote in and it's leaning one way or the other, it's very, very irrelevant because one county can swing a whole state. But when you have 95% of Georgia in with Trump a 3-point lead and 82% in Pennsylvania with Trump a 4-point lead, those start to become very, very relevant. Your thoughts on what we're hearing so far?
Yeah, so I actually covered Georgia in particular, and I've talked to my sources on the ground, particularly sources in Fulton County, which we know was the cause of a lot of issues in 2020. They're feeling good tonight. They're cracking open a drink. They think that their efforts for election integrity have been fruitful. I would agree. And so what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania, I believe, is a combination of one, Team Trump and the RNC, their election integrity operations have been very positive. They've had lawyers on the ground. They've sued in many cases and won in just the past few days. We've also seen grassroots activists, their efforts to turn out votes, to have people use mail-in ballots when needed, and to also fight for common sense election reforms have really worked. I think they've really changed the conversation.
Well, I'll stay with you very quickly. 95% Trump with a 3-point lead. I do math. I do these numbers. Is there any county that could swing a 3-point lead with less than 5% of the vote still outstanding?
I think if the county was going to do that, I would have put my money on Fulton, but I believe Fulton has upwards of 60% in now, if not all of it, the last time I checked. So I don't know if there's a particular county. I will say that Georgia does have some outstanding UOCAVA ballots, which are military and overseas. I believe the final count as of last Friday was about 23,000. So if it got really close to the margins, those ballots could swing it, but I don't see that happening this time.
And Carly, what are your thoughts on the general, any surprises that you're seeing? You know, I will tell you, I was surprised early in the evening when things started to move. None of this surprises me now. It just feels like it's one of those waves that's happening. What again, I'm sitting here, you're hearing a lot more, you have sources. What are you thinking?
Well, I think if you tune into MSNBC, they're all just shocked about the Iowa poll not being correct, but we all knew that that was a joke. So, of course, that's not really a surprise, but you might hear that from Democrat circles. Look, I think the Ohio Senate race is really interesting. We saw the Republican successful there. I think the Senate race in Wisconsin is really interesting. That could be a state that I think Trump could win. And I know the blue wall states tend to vote in the block, but it just feels different this time. I think that the Democrat Party thought that they could circumvent a primary, install a really bad candidate, run a campaign buoyed by billions of dollars in Oprah, and sail to victory. But I think what you're starting to see is there has been a shift. The Democrat Party is no longer the party of the small guy. You're seeing pushback from working class voters, Hispanics. These are demographics that have traditionally gone left, show up and vote for Donald Trump because this economy is not working. People are sick of the open border, and they're sick of this elitist party telling them what they think, how to vote, how to eat, what car they can drive, etc. So if you're Donald Trump right now, you're feeling really good about it. And if you're the Democrat Party, maybe it's time to look in the mirror. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe you need to go back and reboot a little bit. They've been out of touch for quite some time. Hopefully Donald Trump gets 4 more years in the White House and they can go back to the drawing board. Our country would be better for it.
Very quickly, 10 seconds each. First thing that Donald Trump, if he is the 47th president, first thing he should do, start with you, Brianna, quickly.
Close the border. That's what people voted him for. We saw in Athens County tonight a George Soros-backed prosecutor who oversaw the the sanctuary city policies that left Laken Riley dead was ousted. So close the border.
Okay. How about you, Carly?
Couldn't agree more. I think close the border. But one thing I would add, in addition, he needs to get the America back to being energy dominant. Drill, baby, drill. That's number one thing that will help our economy get inflation under control and help Americans with those high prices.
Yep. I believe that's why the stock market right now is up 500 points in anticipation of what you two both said right there. Brianna, Carly, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right, folks, a couple more seconds. I just want to let you know there's a major Senate projection that's going to happen on the backside of this break. Mike Slater is going to pick up the coverage from here. I had a great time with you. Love being with you. I'll see you again on Bowling on the podcast. Make sure you subscribe. See you again very soon. Slater picks it up right after the break in just a couple minutes. So major Senate projection.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
You're watching The First, free speech delivered daily.
I hope I'm moving. Go ahead. Okay, it's out. Turn it on the side. Turn it on the side.
All right, that video is very scary, and it shows that we need a wake-up call, America. Thousands of lives are lost each year to choking incidents. It's something that affects everyone, men, women, young, the elderly. The good news is that there is a solution. The anti-choking revolutionary device LifeVac was invented by Arthur Lee. He joins us now. Arthur, thanks for being here and for saving thousands of lives and counting.
Sean, thank you so much for having me. It means the world to me because by getting the message out, we're going to save more lives.
All right, so Art, I got to ask you, what made you want to invent the LifeVac?
I was visiting a friend in the hospital, and he pointed over at a gurney. He said, last time I was here, there was a 7-year-old on that gurney that had choked to death. My daughter was 7, so my old senses perked up. So now I had the dilemma of saying, I need to do something for my daughter.
Let me ask you this. In the event of a choking accident, though, how long do we have to react?
You really got a few minutes. I mean, anywhere from 4 to 8 is going to cause death or irreversible damage.
Choking incidents result in over 100,000 visits to the emergency room every year and 5,000 deaths. LifeVac comes with a practice mask and easy-to-use instructions.
It's just a plunger. It goes over the face. You push it and you pull it. And that pop is the suction removing it.
It's that easy to potentially save a life, and it comes with a lifetime guarantee. It's made here in the United States, and if you ever have to use it, it will be replaced for free. LifeVac is already being used in every Costco, every Norwegian cruise, and thousands of fast food restaurants around the country. Arthur, let me ask you this. Where do most choking incidents occur?
Well, really in the home. Kids, I think we pulled out 300 different things of toys and plastic and batteries. They'll never regret having a LifeVac.
LifeVac has saved so many lives here in the United States, but as I understand it, it's also saved lives in 27 countries around the world. Your invention has given thousands of people a second chance at life. That's got to make you feel great.
The gratitude I get from a life saved. I had a loss, and I know what it's like to be life changed in a second. And you have to live with that the rest of your life. That's the beauty of what I do. They don't have to have that. They don't have to live with that.
All right, Arthur, tell our viewers one more time where they can get LifeVac.
The best place to get a LifeVac is lifevac.net. We give one free to every school in America. So if you don't have one in your school, contact us. We'll give it to you.
All right, Arthur, thanks for being here and for saving so many lives. All right, America, it's up to you. You probably have a fire extinguisher or first aid kit. Now you need a LifeVac because it could save a life.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA.
You're watching The First.
Election coverage on the First TV is brought to you by Tax Network USA. Looking for more analysis? Watch the PBD Situation Report on YouTube. Mike Baker breaks down the most important stories and provides insights you won't find anywhere else. Search for the President's Daily Brief on YouTube and subscribe for free today.
I'm Mike Slater. Friendly reminder that we have Breitbart News Daily simulcast right here on the First TV every single morning, 7 to 9 in the morning. So you start your morning with us right here, the power of the First TV, of Breitbart, Sirius XM, all coming together every morning for you right here on the First TV.
You're watching The First.
Welcome back to the First election coverage, and it is looking so good tonight with me, your humble
standing by. Welcome to our continued coverage, election night here. The guys, my bosses were nice enough to let me sit down for the remaining 2 hours here. As hopefully we can just call this thing already and be done with it once and for all. We got to drag it out, make it all dramatic, even though I personally think it's in the bag. What we do know right now is that the Republicans have in fact taken the United States Senate. So we flipped the seat in West Virginia. Bernie Moreno has been confirmed in Ohio. It's just a matter of time before Tester loses in Montana to Tim Sheehy. And then we're still looking at Michigan and Wisconsin and even Pennsylvania. So there could be 3 more. We could win 6 Republican senators in this election. Let's go to Sean Spicer. Sean, how you doing, brother?
Well, I'm doing great. I can't, I'm at that age where I've been normally be asleep 3 hours ago. but I am fired up. I don't know, maybe it's like the 18 Celsius, 3 Red Bulls that I've had. But man, do I feel good. To your point, I mean, this isn't just going to be a win for Donald Trump tonight. Republicans are going to do very well in these Senate races, as you just pointed out. I think we're doing well from some of the stuff that we're seeing in the House races. This is a big, big night for Republicans and a very bad night for the Democratic Party. There are going to be, I'm almost trying to figure out, do they stay up to make excuses as to which country interfered, or do they wait till next week?
Yeah. How quickly do they lick their wounds? Well, let's talk about the presidential race, and then I want to get to the House, because that seems to me to be the biggest question right now. But this stuff hasn't been called because everyone's wary to call anything too soon. Blah, blah. But if you look at the New York Times,
You want to just do it, me and you?
and yes, can we please? Can we do like an off the record? So right between like Mike Slater and Sean Spicer are going to call all of these states, because the New York Times, they take into account what part of the states haven't yet been counted when they make their predictions. And they are predicting that by greater than a 61% chance, every state of the 7 swing states, that Trump wins every single one of them. 7 for 7. Nevada's a 61% chance, 61%. Michigan, 67. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, 73%. Georgia's like totally ready, done. And then Arizona, 80% chance, and he's going to win all these by 2 up to 3 or 4 percentage points. These are crushing, really victories across every single state.
Look, can I just do a little, like on the first, every Wednesday night for the last, several weeks, on this show, we do the road to 270. I've had this race at 306 electoral votes, okay? Right now, the New York Times is 301. I think we'll get there. But the point that I'm making is we have good guests on. We had Seth Keshel on. We've had Jim McLaughlin, the pollster, on. We've had Robert Cahaley, the Trafalgar pollster, on. We brought on a lot of folks. You have great guests. Jesse Kelly, our colleague on the first, has great guests, right? The point is that I'm not trying to say it's the legacy media refused to look at what we were putting forward and sort of ignored a lot of the things that you saw on a station like the first, where we were saying, here, based on data, this is where we think this election is going. And they're all waking up like somehow scratching their heads. How did this happen? No one called this. Yes, we did. The Iowa poll came out over the weekend. 3 points. Everybody had Ann Seltzer on. Oh, my God, Trump's in trouble. Women are abandoning him. The country's, Trump will get 4 people to vote for him, whatever. Trump is up 12 points in Iowa. What, at some point, I'm telling you, I tweeted this out twice today. If you're getting your information, you're not watching, starting your day on Breitbart Daily with Mike, if you're not watching Jesse Kelly, Sean Spicer, Dana Lash, Bill O'Reilly in the first, then it's your fault. We're telling you what's going on, and you're choosing. Look, our audience is great. You know that. But I'm saying, tell your friends. Say to them, we've heard Sean Spicer, we've heard Mike Slater, we've heard Jesse Kelly and Bill O'Reilly and Dana Lash talk about this, where the country was, where the election was going. There's a place. We're here. We're telling you what's going on. I think the problem is that the New York Times and Politico and NBC and CBS are going to wake up tomorrow and go, no one saw this coming. That's not true. We saw this coming. We said it was coming, and they just refused to acknowledge it.
A really good point. We were talking to Bill O'Reilly earlier, and I asked him a question. I was like, what's the media going to do in response to this? And he's like, oh, they're dead. They're gone. They're done. They're just forget about it. Don't even worry about it. Their influence is next to zero. Big win for long form podcasting. Lex Friedman, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan. These 3-hour long podcasts. That's a good thing. That's a good real exchange of ideas that I welcome in the future.
You know what? Just so I give you credit for this. Mike Slater, I'm going to tweet that out. Big winner tonight, long form podcast. I just want you to know that I'm stealing that. Just so we're clear.
Take it. It's all yours. I mean, who would have thunk it, right? Go back a couple years ago. I remember when podcasts were first starting, and like this Joe Rogan guy, like whatever, the Fear Factor guy, started these podcasts like 3 hours. Like who's watching a 3-hour podcast? Like that's insane. Who's got that time? And sure enough, the president of the United States, and it's great. And like argument that made a real difference at the end here. We can look at the states. Let's go to the House though, because all right, so Republicans are going to win the presidency. Donald Trump's going to win. We may win the popular vote. That's not a real thing.
Yeah.
No,
but can you imagine? I would stand away, if you know anyone who works at the New York Times, CNN, stand away from them because their mind is about to be blown.
Talk to me about the House, though, because we're only up by 4 in the House, 4 seats. We can only afford to lose 4, and I don't want to. We want to gain. And I'm trying to make sense of what the layout of the House is right now, and I can't really get a vibe on it. Have you had time to look into it?
It's the problem is you got a bunch of seats in California that I think will ultimately win. That Mike Garcia, Michelle Steele, right? That are tough races, but great candidates, run solid campaigns, raised a bunch of money. I think they'll be okay, but they're West Coast races. There's enough in California that could really tip the balance. So I think it's going to take us a little while, but I feel good. And the thing that I think, Mike, is important for people to understand is when you see a trend, right? I've said this on my show every day for the last several weeks. Trends don't sort of have little, it's not like an EKG, right? And the trend is blowing to the right. Everyone benefited from this, but you're seeing it in state after state after state, right? It's not just the battleground states. It wasn't just limited to there, right? You look at some of these states, New Jersey, New York City, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, right? Virginia. We're actually seeing a trend. And so it doesn't just stop somewhere. It will keep going out west. So I think the Michelle Steele, the Mike Garcias, they're going to benefit from this because the late breakers all kind of go in the same direction. And so I think we will end up doing well tonight because of that.
Yes, I think that's right. How about, I wish I had a better handle. I want to go to bed fully happy. And right now, because if we win the White House and we win the Senate, but what if we lose the House? That would suck.
It would suck, but I don't. But like I said, I don't. Like something would have to be happening right now that would be an anomaly, and I don't think it's going to happen. There's enough races in California, as I said, that are going to be an issue. But that trend isn't just going to stop somewhere in the towards on the west, right before the West Coast. It's going to carry through, and I think we'll do okay.
Okay, on your point of things going well, I'm encouraged by New Jersey, 89% in.
Right.
I don't think Trump's going to win it, but Trump's only down by 4 in New Jersey.
Yeah,
that's pretty good, right?
But look at, what is it, New Jersey 7, the Tom Kaine seat, I believe it is. I mean, I haven't looked at it, but that's a good bellwether seat. Tom Kaine running for re-election, always in a tough race. Big family name, as you know, father was governor. I think if he does well tonight, that portends very well. Again, for some of those soft R seats, he ran a good campaign, strong candidate. If Tom Kaine can win it, you have Mike Lawler in New York, some of those seats like that. I think it's gonna look good. I think again, if you look, just want to take the East Coast chunk, you've got New Jersey, and then you've got the Molinaro seat, the Lawler seat in New York. Michelle Esposito running just outside New York City. So there's a couple of these seats where I think really start to show, okay, like if you can play there in New York again, it's going to be good.
Who's the New Jersey guy you mentioned?
Tom Keane, Kean.
Yeah.
I think it's the 7th.
They called him. They called him. They called him the winner.
But see, that's a swing. They throw a ton of money in there, right? Played heavy in New York media. If you can't beat Tom Keane, and again, good candidate, great candidate, big family name in New Jersey. His father was governor, but he's run. This is a guy who's up for re-election. They threw a ton of money at him. If you can't beat him in a swing seat like that, again, it just portends well for the rest of the trend.
Yeah, 52-46.
By the way, just one plug in here. Richard Hudson from North Carolina, the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, has been really spending a lot of time making sure that his candidates, his incumbents, were in a good position. Kudos to Richard Hudson, the team at the NRCC, the National Republican Congressional Committee, for the work that they did in advance of this election. It doesn't get the attention. Same thing with the National Republican Senatorial Committee. Chairman Steve Daines there. Big night for him. It's overshadowed, I think, by the success in the presidential race. But these two guys did a lot of work behind the scenes to give Donald Trump the things he needed to govern. Because I think, as I've said before, if you don't have the Republican Senate, your nominations aren't getting through. That's justice, from the Supreme Court down, and your nominations. You're not just your cabinet, but your sub-cabinet, if you will, the deputy secretaries, the undersecretaries, the assistant secretaries, the ambassadors. All those people need a Republican Senate. And then the House, obviously, as you know, is critical to passing those policy initiatives.
Biden won New Jersey by
60.
16 points.
Yeah. This is, she's like,
and now it's going to be like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I get such a kick out of this. And I mentioned this to Megyn Kelly just a little while ago. But what is this? Today's, well, technically, but let's call it still Tuesday, even though we crossed midnight. Iowa, they told us that she was up by 3. Trump's up 12 in Iowa. He won Iowa by 8 in 2020, so he's exceeding by 4. If you get your information from the Des Moines Register, that's on you now.
Yeah, 40. He's up by 14 now. Let's talk about Michigan and Wisconsin. So, unlike 2020, so Buck Sexton had a funny tweet. He said, "We've officially entered the not going to believe them if magic truckloads of Democrat ballots suddenly appear at 3 a.m. phase of the election," right? Like there's no going back right now. Like no water main will change my attitude about this. So Michigan right now, Trump's up by 6. And as the last 2 hours have unfolded, his lead's expanding. 51% of the vote into Michigan. He's up by 6 right now. And in Wisconsin,
and we're seeing the same, by the way. Yeah, and in Wisconsin, 77% reporting Trump up 51.2 to 47.3. Same thing there, inch by inch. It's getting not much, but he's moving up, she's moving down. Both Michigan and Wisconsin in the right direction.
Bummer we couldn't pull off New Hampshire, though. That would have been a nice. I don't know why.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's not get greedy.
Feather in the cap.
Yeah, I'll take the win.
That's right. Why be negative? Why be negative? Okay. I don't know my final concluding question for you right now because we're still like in the thick of it right now. But what are you excited about? Big picture now moving forward.
To kind of dial it back to where we were just a second ago, I want to savor this. It was a big win for the movement. And I don't want to get ahead. I know tomorrow we're going to be talking about, well, who's going to take this job and that. I was already getting calls last week. Who do you think's good for press secretary and chief of staff, whatever? It's like I want to enjoy this moment. Then I want to start getting into the policy objectives that I think President Trump's going to lead with. And then we'll get into some personnel thing. But there's going to be plenty of time. And what I like most, Mike, is that in 2016, it was a lot of new, right? He was new. He had never done this before. This time he knows what he wants to do. And so like tomorrow he's going to be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He knows what he wants to do. He knows who he wants to do it with. And I think we're going to get a much more concise agenda quickly. That's going to be helpful. And I think that you're going to have a lot of folks in the media trying to figure out which country to blame for what happened tonight.
That's right. We got to go. But when are they going to call this thing once and for all, you think?
Oh, they're waiting. Officially. I mean, at this point, but again, look, I think that the New York Times, as you said, I'm just clicking on this again. I'll just do it one more time while we're still here. They have them now, hold on, I'm just checking, at 301 electoral votes. I think once the New York Times cross the Rubicon, it's hard to come back, brother. They might hem and haw a little bit.
Of victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
yeah, that's right. They're him and haw mode. Yeah, totally. Hey,
well,
Sean,
I will be interested. By the way, one last thing, Mike. They boarded up a lot of D.C. I hope that the folks on the left who are disappointed don't resort to violence tonight. I hope that they accept the will of the American people up and down the ballot.
Well done. Sean, you've been awesome this whole time. I look forward to the next era, the next phase here, brother.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, brother. Thanks to everyone who tuned into the first. All right, guys, welcome back. It is 12:17. I want to give you a little perspective historically and then where we are right now. In 2016, Donald Trump didn't go out and take that phone call from Hillary Clinton. Subsequently, the stage there at the Midtown Hilton, which was a cash bar, by the way. I remind people, anyone who thought we were going to win, it's like $18 for a Bud Light. So I don't expect anything to happen soon. I think Kamala Harris is going to, stay out as long as she can. Her people would go nuts if she didn't. But let's remind everybody where Trump is right now. I'm refreshing to get the latest because I think this is important. He is at 248 electoral votes, okay? 248 electoral votes. The New York Times has him at projected to get 301. I can't even begin to do the math on how they cobble that together, and I frankly don't care. But where we are right now is Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Oh, by the way, Alaska is still out. Give me a break. We all know that those three are going in Trump's direction, right? That might be, I was missing Alaska, so that's where we were probably missing some of that how we got to 301. But anyway, it's going to be a few hours at best. There's, we talk about paths to 270. Donald Trump has several right now. Her paths are getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, okay? The Republicans are going to control the Senate. The question now becomes by how much? Okay, and I feel like, as I was just telling my friend Mike Slater, I think we've got a while to go. I hadn't looked at Minnesota all night, so I'll give you a quick heads up where we are right now. Kamala is up about 5 points there with 57% reporting. So let's take Minnesota off the table. I'm really not that concerned about it. Let me run you through where we are, though, with the key battleground states, just to put some stuff into perspective. Let me start with Michigan. In Michigan, right now, let me quick refresher. We just talked about that with Mike Slater. We've got about 50% reporting. Trump is up 52.3 to 45.9. That is an improvement of where he's inching better, slowly in the right direction. I don't expect a call there anytime soon. Let me tell you where we are in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, right now, with 86% reporting, Trump is up 51-48, right? He is up, he's got about 3,100,000 votes. She's at 2.9. So he is, look, when you look historically, this is going to start to become hard for them to make up. So I think Pennsylvania, look, we all know what happened last time. But I think it's becoming harder. The numbers, there was a spread. We got those early vote numbers. It's just going to be hard for the Dems to make up Pennsylvania, okay? Let me tell you where we are in Arizona. In Arizona, with 51% reporting, Trump is up. It's not by much. But you're seeing a lot of the rural part still out, which is good for him. But he's up 50 to 49. He's got a 13,000 vote lead there. That's too close for comfort in a state that I think. But again, we only have 51% of the vote in. I think a lot of that looks like it's coming in from Phoenix and Tucson, which are strongholds for her. So a lot of the Trump areas where I expect him to do much better are not in yet. That is a good thing for him as well. So let me then bring you down to Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, we have almost 80% reporting, and Trump is up 4 points there, 51.2 to 47.3, well over 100,000, about a 102,000 vote lead there. Remember, in Wisconsin, last time, let me just pull that one up for you. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yep, in Wisconsin, last cycle, sorry, I'm paging through a lot of stuff here. In Wisconsin, the last two votes, if he were to get a 100,000 vote lead or anything close to that, that would be historic in terms of what we've seen the last few cycles. So Trump, as I said, he's not that far off from 270. Even the New York Times admits it. Look, so we're going to pump the brakes here. We'll let you guys, we'll check back in. I got the morning meeting that's going to be coming up at 9 a.m. We'll obviously have a lot more then. I think we'll have a lot more information on the House. needless to say, I think we are in a very good position on the Republican side for Donald Trump, for the Senate, and for the House. All right. I want to celebrate a little because we're going off air. And I want to thank you guys for being with us. So I can't celebrate a full win yet because we're not entirely there, but I want to celebrate you guys being with us in an amazing election night. So here we go. We're celebrating us. We're celebrating a great show. We're celebrating a great viewership. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! Thanks for being with us. We'll see you back here tomorrow at the morning meeting and then 6 o'clock back tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.